Chapter 679. All the clans gathered their forces and moved forward. After turning this mountain pass, we will reach the Lake of Despair. Ao Tianxing pointed his horse whip at the mountain pass in front of them. Chu Yang smiled. His eyes shone with a sharp light as he looked at the mountain pass. How could he not be familiar with this place? In his previous life, he had obtained the 4th fragment of the Sword of Calamity here. But in this life, after turning this mountain pass, he might face an unpredictable crisis. Heaven's secret is in chaos. The sword heart is broken, and there is no other shore in the Lake of Despair. Chu Yang thought coldly, I want to see how this Lake of Despair will prevent me from reaching the other shore. Mo Tianji looked at the mountain pass in a daze. For a long time he did not say a word. When Ao Tianxing gave the order to move forward, Mo Tianji suddenly came to his senses. Then Mo Tianji did something. Clan leader Ao, Brother Dong, Elder Xia, our battle this time will be a fierce one. I'm afraid that after this battle, regardless of whether we win or lose, we will suffer heavy casualties. He coughed and said, but at the moment, who is in charge of the deployment of the troops? It's not clear yet. Dong Wulei, Luo Kuwu, and Jiju said unanimously, Brother Mo can make the decision. Xie Zhiqiu said, I've heard of the master of calculation and manipulation for a long time. Today, I want to see it for myself. Mo Tianji looked at Ao Tianxing. Ao Tianxing pondered for a long time and said, Since this is the case, why don't we let clan leader Mo take charge of our troops? He knew that Mo Tianji was asking for the right to command when he said this. But Ao Tianxing knew his own name. He could be the clan leader, but as a commander, he was far behind Mo Tianji and Chu Yang. No one dared to underestimate these two people. So he went with the flow and gave in. Mo Tianji took a deep breath and said, I dare not to obey. He didn't even try to decline modestly and just agreed to it. Chu Yang felt something and looked at him. Mo Tianji turned his head. He was urging the Ao and Xie clans to report the deployment of their troops to him. He thought to himself, others may not understand the situation. Even if more people die, I have to protect him. That's right, I'll be the one in charge. Ao clan had a total of 570 people. There were 50 emperor-level experts, 2 monarch-level experts, and the rest were all king-level experts. He could be considered to be one of them, the strongest one. The Dong clan had 1 monarch-level expert, 17 emperor-level experts, and 10 king-level experts. The Ji clan had emperor-level experts and 14 king-level experts. The Luo clan had 8 emperor-level experts and more than 40 king-level experts. The Mo clan had 5 emperor-level experts and over 100 king-level experts. Most of them, they were recruited by Mo Tianji recently. The Gu clan had 1 emperor-level expert. It was the clan master Gu Duxing and 20 king-level experts. The Xie clan was the most miserable one. It used to be a big clan that was on par with the Dong clan, but it now only had 1 monarch-level expert, 1 emperor-level expert, and more than 30 king-level experts. The current lineup consisted of 4 monarch-level experts, 10 emperor-level experts, and a few king-level experts. This was a rather powerful force. It could be said that if the other party didn't have any external help, they would undoubtedly win this battle with their current strength. One must know that this force was basically all the high-end forces of the top clans in the 3 heavens. Only a few experts were left in each clan to look after their clans. They had already done their best. Is there still no movement from the dark bamboo? Mo Tianji asked. Jun Shizhu and Duke Yu are in seclusion. The people of the dark bamboo have all gone underground. They don't show their faces in Jianghu. No news of their movements has been leaked. Ao Tianxing's intelligence network was also very good. He naturally knew the ins and outs of the biggest underworld forces in the 3 heavens. What a pity. Emotianji sighed. Then he ordered, from now on, all the clans will be in chaos. All the king-level experts will be gathered. Get familiar with each other. The emperor-level experts will gather together. The monarch-level experts will form a group. Everyone will use their own experience to cooperate with their companions. Research the best joint attack or defense plan. Everyone must have a plan within half a day. If you don't have a plan after half a day, please withdraw from this decisive battle. Emotianji's voice was heavy. It was as if a storm was coming. Start the operation immediately. As soon as the order was given, the crowd dispersed with a bang. Ao Tianxing's eyes were full of admiration. Since they were going to join forces and prepare for a chaotic battle, it was necessary to understand each other. And those who didn't know what to do after half a day would affect the performance of the others. It was better to withdraw directly. Chuyang, you'll be with Dong Wushang, Xie Danqiong, Guduxing GMO, Luo Kudi, Rue Butong, Tantan, and Ao Xieyan. Your mission will be to deal with emergencies. Chu Yang will lead this. You will act randomly. Mo Tianji didn't look at Chu Yang as he spoke. Instead, he looked at Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang. Their expressions didn't change, but Mo Tianji clearly saw the words "don't worry" in their eyes. Watch Chu Yang at all costs. Don't let him take any risks. Don't let him get hurt. Not at all. Even if we lose this battle, nothing can happen to Chu Yang. This was Mo Tianji's arrangement. It wasn't just Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang. GMO, Luo Kudi, and Rue Butong also received this message. As for Tan Tan, Chu Yang didn't feel at ease with Tan Tan. Secondly, Mo Tenji also hoped that Tan Tan would be able to awaken once again in case an unpredictable crisis appeared that would be more powerful than any protection. The abacus in Mo Tianji's stomach was making pop, 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 pop noises. Of course, only a few people knew about this. Everyone else was kept in the dark. Then, Mo Tianji began to allocate supplies. He gave a strategic speech. He gave a variety of tactics and responses. He included poisons, hidden weapons, and sneak attacks. He targeted almost every clan and every expert above 5th grade emperor level. Everyone was convinced by his words. How could they have imagined that the master of calculation and manipulation had already finished his little abacus under such careful arrangements? After some arrangements, everyone set out in silence. They didn't stop this time. They majestically rushed through the mountain pass. They walked for 7 or 8 miles. There were 3 forks in the road. They came from the east and west respectively. Then, at the intersection point, a straight path appeared. It seemed to go straight into the clouds. This path led to the Lake of Death. At the beginning of this path, a huge stone tablet stood tall. There were a few words carved on it. Path of Life and Death, Netherworld Pass. The words were blood red. It was as if a river of blood had suddenly appeared in front of them. Everyone who saw these words felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts. They only felt that their hearts were heavy. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on their chests. In an instant, there was complete silence. These words were said to be written by supreme martial artist Chen Feng. Mo Tianji said, "Legend has it that the battle between supreme martial artist Chen Feng and supreme martial artist Lu Yin took place here. Before supreme martial artist Chen Feng went up the mountain, he used the soil as a tablet and his hand as a brush. He carved these words." Ao Tianxing continued. After supreme martial artist Chen Feng went up the mountain, he placed this pressure on the tablet. When Paragon Flowing Cloud arrived, he stopped in front of the stone stele for about 7 or 8 minutes. He didn't do anything other than suppress the pressure from the stone stele. Then, a soundless explosion could be heard, and 2 paths appeared, connecting the east and west of the mountain. Paragon Flowing Cloud laughed loudly. He then went up the mountain. 1 day later, the words on the tablet turned red. It has never changed color. Ao Tianxing pointed to the two paths, including the one that everyone had just walked on. He said, "These two paths are probably the two smoothest paths in the entire three heavens. It has been tens of thousands of years. There is no change. Its hardness is comparable to star iron." Everyone was preoccupied with their thoughts along the way. Now that they looked at it, the path was indeed very smooth. There was not even a single bump or hole. It was even smoother than a lady's face. At the head of the group, one of the experts did not believe it. He pulled out his long sword, pointed it downwards, and stabbed it down. With a crack, the long sword broke into two. However, there was not a single mark on the ground. There was not even a small white spot. So hard, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The battle between the two supreme martial artists tens of thousands of years ago had caused the ground to be compressed. Even now it was still so powerful. Everyone's hearts were filled with reverence and respect. At this moment, the two of them started to chuckle. Turning around, they saw GMO winking at them. He said, "Little Wolf, when are we going to spar here and leave behind a new legend?" Luo Kadi agreed and said, "That's right. We can't let our predecessors monopolize everything. When the time comes, I'll straighten my back, and you'll bow with your back facing me. Then you'll fall backwards, and there will be a loud bang, and another path will appear." GMO was furious. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. He pounced forward. "I'll beat you to death, you impudent brat." The two of them started fighting. With just a few words, the solemn atmosphere from before had vanished into thin air. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. They looked at the two of them, strangely, and sighed helplessly. These two bastards, when will they be serious for a while? Huyan Ao Bo and Xia Dan Feng thought for a long time, but still could not figure out what it meant. However, they saw the vulgar faces of the men around them. They were laughing with a deeper meaning. Even the martial monarchs had strange expressions. They shrugged their shoulders and laughed lasciviously. They immediately knew that it was not something good. Huyan Ao Bo was furious. She reached out and lifted GMO up. Second Master G's 4 limbs were suspended in the air. His fiancée slapped him a few times on the butt. He screamed continuously. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the opposite side. It was obvious that a large group of people was coming from the opposite side. "I'm afraid they're coming." Mo Tian Ji frowned. Everyone's faces showed vigilance. They stood still and looked in the opposite direction. They could not move at this moment. They were too close. If the other party had bad intentions and attacked from behind, they would suffer a great loss. It was better to observe the situation and wait for them to come. The rumbling sound came closer and closer. It was deafening. Then, in the next moment, a black flag suddenly rushed out from the mountain pass. It fluttered in the wind. Chapter 680. Behind the big black flag was a team of pitch-black knights. They were wearing black clothes, black cloaks, black shoes, and black masks. Even their horses were pitch black without a single strand of mixed hair. It was as if the entire troop had suddenly charged out from hell. The first person in the lead immediately spotted the troops and horses on the other side. With a sharp whistle, he spun around and leapt into the air. All the horses stood up neatly on their front hooves. Then they galloped forward for a zhang before coming to a halt. With a boom, dust filled the sky. "People of the Black Devil," Chu Yang said indifferently. Everyone felt that it was a little inconceivable. People of the Black Devil were actually in charge of the other side's team. The assassins who had always been in charge of assassinations in the dark were actually in charge of the vanguard. This was too inconceivable. The person in the front was the Black Devil young master. He was riding on the horse. His cold eyes looked at the people on the other side and stopped on Dong Wushang's face. Then he said eerily, "Your speed is not slow." Chu Yang said indifferently, "Brother Hei's fast horse is also extremely fast." The black devil laughed eerily. Dong Wushang frowned and said loudly, "Black devil, your laughter is really unpleasant to hear. It sounds like a crow cawing. Are you not an assassin if you don't laugh like this? What kind of upbringing is this?" GMO and Luo Kadi concurred with each other as soon as these words came out. They were all people who wished for the world to be in chaos. Moreover, they were enemies of the Black Devil clan. So they were about to engage in a life-and-death battle. Behind the Black Devil young master, countless pairs of cold eyes shot out murderous auras. All the assassins put their hands on the hilts of their swords. They were about to fight to the death once the order was given. Unexpectedly, the Black Devil young master seemed to be startled for a moment. Then he lowered his head. Then he raised his head and said, "Brother Dong is right. Using your voice to maintain your mystery is indeed a little laughable." His voice had already become calm and peaceful. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? The Black Devil young master, who was known to shake the entire three heavens, was actually subdued by Dong Wushang's words? Wasn't this too outrageous? Even Dong Wushang himself was extremely surprised. He said, "Don't mind it, Brother He." His personality was wild and overbearing. He wouldn't budge in the slightest. But once the other party went along with what he said, he would have nowhere to use his strength. He was a classic example of being amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. The Black Demon young master's eyes seemed to flash with a smile. Among the Black Devils, a person whose entire body was covered in a black robe raised his head and looked at the young Black Devil in front of him with a puzzled expression. Then he fell into deep thought. "You have quite a lot of people." The Black Devil young master mischievously laughed as he looked at the other party's lineup. "You have about the same number of people, right?" Chu Yang felt strange in his heart, so he asked in agreement, "Of course." The Black Demon young master sneered arrogantly. "Even if you have the advantage in numbers, you won't be able to escape defeat in the end." "Oh," Chu Yang laughed, "not necessarily. Brother He, where did you get your confidence from? In this Chu's eyes, your clans are no different from chickens and dogs." The Black Demon young master sneered, "Arrogant? What do you know? Even though you have the help of the Ao clan. However, the Ao clan has nothing to rely on when facing our camp." Chu Yang sneered, "Dream on." The Black Demon young master seemed to be angered by him. He said without thinking, "You only have 4 martial monarchs, and each of our big clans has 3. Moreover, we have reinforcements this time. The Sher clan of the upper 3 heavens not only has 4 martial monarchs, but also a martial saint. Do you think people like you can resist?" A cough came from behind. The Black Demon young master paused for a moment. Then, as if he suddenly realized something, he said angrily, "Dong Wushang, you dare to trick me." Dong Wushang held his breath and said angrily, "What does this have to do with me?" In his heart, he thought, "It's clearly Boss Chu who has been trying to trick you and set a trap for you. Why did he indiscriminately push the blame onto me in the end? This is too unreasonable." Dong Wushang was filled with anger. He couldn't think of a reason. The others were also confused. They felt that the Black Demon young master was a little muddle-headed. But Chu Yang and Mo Tianji, who were at the side, knew what was going on. It was true that Chu Yang was trying to trick him, but the other party's words were obviously said deliberately. Moreover, he deliberately threw out the trump card and strength of their side. This news was very important to the people on Chu Yang's side. As the Black Demon young master, how could he not be smart enough? Although he didn't know why the Black Demon young master did this. The last sentence of the Black Demon young master was very clear. "I'm telling you all this not because you're smart, King of Hell Chu, but because I'm doing Dong Wushang a favor. This is my gift to Dong Wushang. It has nothing to do with you." Chu Yang was puzzled. Why did the Black Demon do Dong Wushang a favor? What kind of relationship does he have with Dong Wushang?" He said tentatively, "Martial saint?" "Huh, Brother Black, this joke of yours is really big." The black demon young master looked at Dong Wushang's angry face. He was actually angry. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He sighed secretly and thought to himself, "This is a piece of wood, a wooden club. This really makes me angry. But this kind of temper is also cute." He said, "Brother Chu, if you don't believe me, you can wait and see." He changed the topic and said, "Since Brother Chu is here, why don't you go up?" Chu Yang's eyes flashed. He said, "I was about to go up, but Brother Black came too fast. It made me have some scruples." "Haha." The black demon young master sneered and said, "Since we agreed to a fair battle, how can we, the black demons, be despicable people who attack from behind? Brother Chu, you can go up first." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Black." He became more and more certain. This skinny black demon in front of him must have some kind of unclear entanglement with Dong Wushang. Otherwise, with the black demon's insidious nature, how could he let go of such a good opportunity? Moreover, the two sides were fighting on the top. The first to go up would naturally occupy the advantageous terrain. The black demon young master didn't fight for it? This was another strange thing. Chu Yang was puzzled. He thought, "This is really strange. If I think about it this way, I'm afraid the black demon young master deliberately stood in front to send us a message. He was prepared. But what did Dong Wushang do? Why did he repay him like this?" The black demon young master gathered his men and didn't take any action. Mo Tianji gave an order. The large group of men and horses began to climb up the mountain in an orderly manner. When more than half of the group had entered the mountain, the formation was slightly scattered. At this moment, it was the best time for a sneak attack. In the black demon young master's group, a masked man quietly raised his hand. However, the black demon young master suddenly appeared in front of him and pulled his hand. "What's wrong?" This man looked coldly at the black demon young master with strong doubts and puzzlement. "I originally thought that you deliberately released the news to trick them and gain their temporary trust. But you did it at the moment when they were climbing the mountain. You launched an attack to cause them the greatest damage. Why are you stopping me now?" The black demon young master opened his mouth to speak, but he couldn't say anything. He just lowered his head. "Give me a reason," that man said coldly. "Father." The black demon young master hesitated. He lowered his head and stubbornly pursed his lips. It turned out that this man was the #1 mysterious assassin of the black demon young master. "If you don't say it, I'll give the order. It'll be too late if you delay any longer." The black demon young master's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Father." The black demon young master became anxious. He raised his head and revealed a pleading look in his eyes. After a long time, he moved his lips close to his father's ear and whispered, "Father, I like Dong Wushang." "Ah," the black demon young master exclaimed. Even though his mental fortitude was strong and few people could compare to him, at this moment, when he heard such a subversive sentence, his mind was thrown into chaos. It was already very good that he didn't fall off the horse. At this moment, both sides were enemies. A battle of life and death was about to begin. His daughter was telling him that she liked the enemy at this time. Wasn't this a joke? The surrounding assassins looked over in confusion. They didn't expect that the black demon young master, who had always killed without batting an eyelid, would be so shocked. The black demon young master's voice was a little shy, but his eyes showed that he was ready to risk everything. Since he had said it, he might as well say it clearly. Moreover, there would be no turning back once the battle started. This was no doubt his last chance. He bit his lips. His voice was soft but clear. But this soft voice became a thunderclap in his father's ears. It was like a thunderbolt from the clear sky. She said, I like Dong Wushang. So, I don't want him to get hurt. I want him to be unharmed for the rest of his life. I want to be with him. I want to marry him, to be his wife. So, I will do this today. So, Father, please fulfill my wish. The black demon young master's face was covered. Her expression couldn't be seen, but her eyes were shy and determined. She only had a good impression of Dong Wushang. Although she was secretly in love with him, it wasn't to the point where she would talk about marriage. But this time, she made it sound like the wood was already a boat. Her purpose was this was her last chance. If she didn't make a decision now, she would become a life and death enemy half a day later. There would be no other possibility in this life. The black demon young master felt his head rumble. He saw stars and his body swayed. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. I'm not dreaming, am I? The black demon young master looked at his daughter, dumbfounded. His eyes were rolling to the back of his head. It could be seen how shocked he was. Do you know what you're saying? The black demon young master asked in disbelief. Do you know how deep is the hatred between us and the Dong, Ji, and Mo clans? How many people and important people from these clans have died in our hands? Do you know that this hatred will never be resolved? Do you know that we are fighting a decisive battle with them? Do you know whether you're crazy or not? The black demon young master's chest was about to explode. He said sternly, You're crazy. Chapter 681. I am crazy. The black demon young master said sadly, But this is my last chance. If you don't agree, I can only fight. At most, I will die. But if you agree, this is my last chance to redeem myself. The black demon young master sighed and was stunned. This was his only daughter. The Mo clan and the black demon clan had been enemies for generations. In the battle that year, the great elder of the Mo clan, Mo Uxan, was ruthless. He killed his wife and left behind a 2-year-old daughter. He raised her with great difficulty and treated her like a treasure. She was even more precious than his own life. His daughter also lived up to his expectations. Her aptitude was heaven-defying. Her understanding of martial arts was even better. It seemed that she could take over his mantle and become the new generation of black demons. The black demon young master was satisfied and gratified. He felt that he had not let down his late wife, but he had always ignored it. Or rather, he had deliberately forgotten it because he could not bear to do it. A man should marry and a woman should marry. His daughter had to marry when she grew up. But today his daughter's worries had finally come, and at such a critical moment. The most critical thing was that she had taken a fancy to his enemy. What should he do? The black demon young master looked at his daughter with a complicated expression. This daughter who had always treated him like a man, was she finally experiencing her first awakening of love? The father and daughter stood facing each other. The atmosphere became tense. How could the black demon young master still care about killing the enemy? The black demon young master's subordinates did not receive any orders. They could only wait and watch as the enemy team entered the mountain path like rolling thunder. They raised a cloud of dust and slowly went away. After the team went up the mountain, 4 old men suddenly appeared. They looked at the black demon young master's team and sneered. Then they turned around and chased after the team. They went up the mountain like a whirlwind. Seeing this, the black demon young master's assassins broke out in cold sweat. These were the 4 martial monarchs of the enemy team. They were actually arranged by Mo Tianji to cover the retreat. Not only did Mo Tianji not believe the black demon young master's words, but he had also prepared in advance. This was not just a precaution. It was purely a vicious trap. If the black demon young master dared to act rashly, then the enemy would immediately have a reason to kill them. Just these 4 monarch-level experts alone were enough to kill the Heimo's assassins several times. In that case, the Heimo clan would be crippled before the war even started. However, The father and son who were currently in a daze did not notice. The hearts of the father and daughter were in a mess. Young black demon's heart was thumping wildly. He bit his lips and didn't dare to look at his father's face. However, he stubbornly tilted his head. Enmity? I know. Old grudges? I know. Too late? I know. But I dislike it. This kind of love, was it something that could be stopped by hatred? Was it something that he could decide? He couldn't. Black Demon gasped for breath, his expression complicated. Helpless and powerless. When had this generation's top assassin ever revealed such a gaze? Not even once. When had he ever been so weak? But at this moment, he really didn't know what to do. The hatred that had lasted for generations became more and more intense. Both of them felt pain towards each other, and both of them had lost their families. On one hand, it was his family feud. On the other hand, it was his daughter's lifelong happiness. How should he choose? The Black Demon sighed again and again in disappointment. He was cold-hearted and ruthless. Killing and robbing people was the most common thing for him. He was able to make a name for himself as a cold-hearted assassin in the upper three heavens, a world where the strong preyed on the weak. How could he be a soft-hearted person? However, there was only one person in his life that he had to protect, no matter what. He had to risk his life, and that person was his daughter. Darling. Black Demon swallowed his saliva with difficulty and said carefully, "Are you joking with me? How can I joke about such an important matter?" Young Black Demon rolled her eyes and said angrily, "Io, my dear daughter." Black Demon narrowed his eyes. He grabbed his daughter, and the father and daughter left the group. Then they went behind a big rock that was 300 feet away. They stayed far away from their own team. Once they were behind the rock, Black Demon gasped for breath. When he was in the team, his daughter's words almost caused him to lose his breath. He suppressed it with great difficulty. However, he finally spat it out at this moment. He gasped for breath and stared at his daughter. "What do you want?" Then he said, "Take off your mask. Don't talk to me with your face covered. I want to see every expression on your face. If you're serious about what you're saying, take it off and face me honestly." Young Black Demon slowly took off her mask. Her beautiful face was revealed. Her face was blushing. She was extremely shy. She lowered her head deeply. Seeing his daughter like this, Black Demon didn't need to ask any more questions. He could only sigh deeply. He felt sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty in his heart. What should he do? Our Black Demon clan. In the past 200 years, we've assassinated 3 important members of the Dong clan. 2 of our supreme elders died at the hands of the Dong clan. These are only the losses of the higher-ups of the 2 clans. Black Demon sighed heavily. The Dong clan has formed an alliance with the Mo clan. Our clan and the Mo clan have been mortal enemies for these years. Although Mo Wu Xian of the Mo family is dead, your mother was still killed by him. Therefore, the Black Demon clan's main operations have been targeting the Mo clan. This includes the assassinations in the upper 3 heavens and the traps in the lower 3 heavens. This includes the assassination of Mo Tianji and the plan to destroy Mo Qingwu in the heavens. This is the deep hatred between the 2 clans. Dong Wushang is in the heavenly army. He respects King of Hell Chu the most. King of Hell Chu and Mo Tianji are close friends now. More importantly, King of Hell Chu loves Mo Tianji's sister, Mo Qing Wu, very much. He almost became enemies with Mo Tianji because of Mo Qing Wu's injury. He also sees the Mo clan as his enemy. This situation improved after the deaths of Mo Tianyun and Mo Wu Xian. However, no matter how they improved, Mo Qing Wu was almost destroyed by us. This is a fact. King of Hell Chu can forgive Mo Tianji and the Mo clan. However, he will never forgive us black demons. And Dong Wushang is now following King of Helchu's lead. Is it possible that he will fight for you in front of King of Helchu? The black demon asked in a deep voice. Are you sure about this? No. The black demon young master said weakly. Dong Wushang doesn't know that I'm a girl yet. You PFFF. The black demon choked on this sentence and spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. He almost choked and spat out the phlegm. He rolled his eyes and gasped. He doesn't know that you're a girl? Are you trying to anger me to death? The black demon young master lowered her head and remained silent. Since he doesn't know, that means it's only your one-sided passion. The black demon looked at his daughter in disbelief. Yes. The black demon young master lowered her head and answered firmly. She was born in the black demon clan in the upper three heavens. This special world and special environment allowed this girl to see things very clearly. Since the beginning, she knew that she had to work hard to fight for what she wanted. Otherwise, even if her life was destined to be hers, it would be snatched away by others. Therefore, today this was her last chance. She had to grasp it tightly. If she didn't say it clearly and firmly, she wouldn't get her father's support. The shyness of a young girl, compared to shyness, face, and her lifelong happiness, they were not worth mentioning. Therefore, although she was so embarrassed that she almost fainted, she still answered every question clearly and clearly. The black demon stood up and turned around. Then he came back. Darling, forget about him. Forget about him. The black demon young master's heart turned cold. She said sadly, Can you forget your mother? The black demon's body shook. He suddenly opened his mouth and then closed it. He clenched his teeth and turned his head away. He lowered his eyes. It was a kind of heart-wrenching pain. It was a kind of desperate roar, but he couldn't roar out. He couldn't swallow it down. It was a kind of hopeless pain in his chest. Every time this kind of pain surged up, his heart would break and his soul would be lost. He would rather die. Could he forget? If he could, would he be in this state? I understand. The black demon lowered his head and smiled bitterly. He raised his head. He looked up very high, almost parallel to the sky. He didn't want his daughter to see his face. He said, Before your mother died, she was the only one who couldn't let go. It was you. She wanted me to ensure your lifelong happiness, no matter what. He stopped and looked at the sky for a long time. After a long time, he finally said, If Dong Wushang also has feelings for you, I will fulfill your wish. The young black demon's heart trembled. She said, I'm sorry, father. She knew what the black demon clan had to pay if she and Dong Wushang really wanted to be together. To her cruel, arrogant, and domineering father, this was tantamount to a kind of blow that almost took away all his pride. Moreover, at this moment, both sides had already decided. Dong Wushang's side was obviously at a disadvantage. Even with the Black Demon clan, they were definitely not a match for the Sure clan of the upper three heavens. Once the position changed, not only would they have to bear the name of betrayal, they would also have to be prepared to pay with their lives. But he still made this decision for his daughter. You don't need to say sorry to me, because you are my daughter. Even if the daughter of the Black Demon wants the stars in the sky, I will pluck them and hold them in the palm of my daughter's hand. The Black Demon turned his back to his daughter and laughed. He said, If my daughter needs to say sorry to me, then when I go to the underworld, how will I face your mother? The young Black Demon's face was full of tears. She choked and couldn't say anything. Even if you are a girl, you still can't cry so easily. The Black Demon laughed. Go back. A month had already passed. When Chu Fei Ling and Yang Ruolan left the iron-cloud imperial palace of the lower three heavens, they almost looked back with every step. Chapter 682. These days, the child was almost always carried by Yang Ruolan. The 1-month-old child was chubby. His black eyes were already very lively. His chubby little hands were scratching and scratching. He looked charmingly naive. There was a chubby meat nest on each of his knuckles. Yang Ruolan liked him to the bone. Moreover, the little guy's babbling every day was like the sound of nature in her ears. Even his cries caused her to tremble and her heart to ache. It was also a unique pleasure. Now, she had no choice but to leave the lower 3 heavens for her son. Yang Ruolan was really reluctant. Lan Meixian and Wu Qianqian had already left for the upper 3 heavens 7 or 8 days ago. Senior's sister, I still want to ask you for that. Tai Butian looked at Yang Ruolan. Her eyes were a little red. She said calmly, "If you see him, please don't tell him." These days, Tai Butian saw that Yang Ruolan really liked the child. She also tacitly approved of Yang Ruolan's hogging of the child. This made Yang Ruolan's heart feel very happy and satisfied. Yang Ruolan looked at her. Her eyes were very gentle, but also very helpless. "Butian, is it really just like this? Even if you don't think for yourself, think for the child." Tai Butian shook her head calmly and said, "I've thought about it." Yang Ruolan sighed sadly. This woman was so strong and considerate. She is in a high position, but she is not arrogant at all. She is natural and unparalleled, sensible and considerate. It would be difficult to find another woman like her even if one searched the entire heavens with a lantern. I really don't know why that bastard Chu Yang's heart was blinded by lard, which vixen seduced his soul. He actually turned a blind eye to such a great beauty with such deep feelings. Even if he is a pig, being with such a beautiful woman for such a long time, even if she is skilled in makeup, how can he not see any clues? To think that he is called the King of Hell Chu, who is the smartest in the world. He is simply undeserving of his reputation. I'm so angry. Then, if there is time, I will bring you to the upper 3 heavens to play with the Chu clan. Do you refuse? Yang Ruolan asked tentatively. This matter could not be rushed. Tai Butian was a resolute woman. If one were to act too hastily, it would be detrimental instead. Tai Butian frowned. Then she smiled elegantly and said, "If that's the case, that's true. But there are many matters to attend to. Even if I go, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay for more than a few days." "It's good that you're willing to go." Yang Ruolan was overjoyed. "Be good. Good Yang, come here, let me hug you." Yang Ruolan clapped her hands and opened them. She was ready to bid farewell to Sunday. The problem of how to address him was really difficult. They were clearly grandfather and grandson, yet they couldn't acknowledge each other. If she were to call herself Auntie, how could she say that? Therefore, Yang Ruolan had no choice but to address herself as I. Little Tai Yang was in Tai Butian's arms. She stretched out her 2 chubby little hands in a squeaky manner. During this period of time, although the child was not sensible, he had already gotten used to Yang Ruolan's embrace. Yang Ruolan carefully carried him over and held his chubby little head. An ordinary child would probably be able to support his neck by himself after 100 days of being born. Cough, cough, that's right? I'm a little unsure. But Tai Yang was a freak. He was just 1 month old. He could straighten his neck and turn his head to look around by himself. After being affectionate for a while, he reluctantly returned to Tai Butian's arms. Little Tai Yang still stretched out his hands and kicked his legs, wanting to return to Yang Ruolan's arms. Yang Ruolan's heart ached and she almost cried. She turned her head forcefully and said to her husband, "Let's go." Chu Feiling looked at his grandson in Tai Butian's arms with reluctance. His lips moved and he sighed regretfully. He turned around reluctantly. Nowadays, there were strict rules against newborn children. They would never let other men hug them. And Chu Feiling clearly had a legitimate reason to hug the child. He was the child's grandfather, but his identity hadn't been recognized, so he didn't have the chance to hug him. The couple turned around and left. Behind them, little Tai Yang seemed to have felt something. With a loud cry, he started to cry. Yang Ruolan's tears immediately flowed down. Chu Feiling pulled her, and the two of them started to move. They simply ran with all their might and disappeared with a whoosh. Tai Batian looked at the two of them until their figures disappeared. She stood there for a long time. She lowered her head and looked at her crying son. She sighed deeply. I wish you a safe journey and a family reunion soon. Tai Batian said quietly. When she said the words family reunion, her heart suddenly ached and she almost cried. She muttered, Don't forget my instructions. Don't tell him. Otherwise, I don't know what I should do. She turned around resolutely and returned to the imperial carriage with her son in her arms. They slowly returned to the city. Yang Ruolan and Chu Feiling ran for a long time. The tender cry still seemed to echo in their ears. Yang Ruolan was dispirited and spiritless. She looked back 3 times with every step. Tears still glistened in her eyes. If we find the child, should we tell him? Yang Ruolan asked. This, Chu Feiling pondered. He felt that this matter was very distressing. He had been separated from his son for 18 years. Now that they were about to reunite, there was such a contradictory matter. According to Tai Batian, it was certain that Chu Yang had someone he loved deeply in his heart. Moreover, Chu Yang still didn't know that Tai Batian was a girl. If she told him, it would be tantamount to breaking up his current relationship with his son, forcing him to accept an unbelievable fact. This was simply too cruel for Chu Yang. Tai Batian had probably considered this point and made such a request. But the more this was the case, the more he felt that Tai Batian was rare. The more he felt that he had let her down. Now that this matter was brought up, both husband and wife felt extremely conflicted. Let's take one step at a time. Chu Feiling pondered and said, This matter, we can only play it by ear. That's true. Yang Ruolan also relaxed a little. She suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in the current double heavens continent. If he really can't give up, then it's no big deal to marry 2, even if he has more. So what? On the contrary, it will make our Chu clan more prosperous. It's a good thing to spread our family. Chu Feiling rolled his eyes. He said, It's not as easy as you say. He thought to himself, My wife has always been extremely angry with men who dare to take concubines. Even if she doesn't know them, she can't wait to beat them up. But now, when it's her son's turn, she's already making arrangements for him to take concubines. People really can't be compared with each other. Even if he can take more, who will be the eldest? Who will be the second wife? There has to be a hierarchy. Chu Feiling sighed. Do you think our son is willing to let the woman he loves be the second wife? Yang Ruolan blinked and was also a little uncertain. She said, What do you think? You used to be my sworn brother, so you know him better. Chu Feiling's face was full of black lines. The most annoying and shameful thing now was the mention of the word sworn brother. This was a huge joke that he had to bear for life. Yet he was the one who shamelessly wanted to be sworn brothers with his son. He said gloomily, Can you not mention this matter? Why, when it comes to your sworn brother, you feel embarrassed. Yang Ruolan looked at her husband amusedly. Let's be serious. Then tell me. I'm asking you. Yes. This, with my understanding of that little one, I'm afraid it's impossible. Chu Feiling recalled the time when he was with Chu Yang. He slowly pondered and came to a conclusion. That little one is an affectionate person. Once he set his mind on someone, even a bull can't pull him back. Yang Ruolan sighed. Then is it possible for Tai Batian to be the second wife? Chu Feiling rolled his eyes and sighed. What do you think? I'm afraid it's also impossible. Yang Ruolan was disheartened. No matter what, she's also the number 1 overlord of the lower 3 heavens. And she's the number 5 overlord. How can she be someone's concubine? Let's not talk about this. After all, she gave birth to the eldest grandson of the Chu clan. How can she be the second wife? You still ask when you know. Chu Failing also sighed. This matter is really troublesome. Young Ruolan rubbed her brows. This was the first time in so many years that she was so concerned about something. She didn't expect this matter to be so difficult to achieve. Let's take it one step at a time. Chu Failing could only comfort her in this way. I'm afraid it's not just these two. You didn't see that little girl, called Wu Qianshan. She's obviously deeply in love with you. She's lovesick. Yang Ruolan frowned sadly. There are 3 of them. Chu Failing sighed repeatedly. Is this guy so popular with girls? Why wasn't I so popular when I was young? Our son is really capable. Yang Ruolan suddenly became happy and said happily, nothing much has happened yet. And there are already 3 girls who are in love with each other. And none of them are ordinary people. They're all peerless beauties. They're all outstanding beauties. Look at the entire heavens, including the male overlords of the major clans. None of them are as capable as my son. Chu Failing was dumbfounded. This is clearly a difficult matter. How can it be used to show off? Furthermore, you were just sighing and frowning. In the blink of an eye, you're so excited and proud. Chu Failing couldn't help but sigh. Women are really hard to understand. I've been with my wife for 20 years, but I still don't understand her completely. This kind of strange thinking ability really makes one not know whether to laugh or cry. But it's also very confusing. Let's go, let's go. Let's hurry to the 3 heavens. Won't we know everything once we find that little guy and sound him out? One day later, Yang Ruolan and Chu Failing appeared at the 3 Heavens restaurant. After asking around, the couple was instantly stunned. What? Several major clans are having a battle at the Lake of Despair? It's already started? King of Hell Chu is actually the main figure? Yang Ruolan's face turned as white as snow. The Shi clan of the upper 3 heavens is also participating in this battle? And they're standing against King of Hell Chu and the others? Chu Failing felt as if someone had hit his head with a stick. Without thinking, the couple threw down a gold ingot, bought some food and drinks, and rushed over without stopping. Quick, 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 quick. Chapter 683. Yang Ruolan's heart was burning with anxiety. Chu Failing's heart was also burning with anxiety. Just as they were about to have a family reunion, something like this actually happened at this juncture. In such a large-scale battle, human lives were like child's play. It was extremely dangerous. Even a monarch-level expert or an emperor-level expert would fall in such a decisive battle. How could King of Hell Chu be so rash as to get involved in such a big storm? How could the Shi clan of the upper 3 heavens be a match for the clans of the upper 3 heavens? Wasn't he courting death? Who lured our son into this place? Thank you for your support. The couple was angry and anxious. They wished they had wings so that they could rush over and fight alongside their son or drag him out. Of course, they didn't know that this battle was started by their son. He started it, planned it, and even wanted to end it. Speaking of abduction, it was their son who abducted others. In short, Eunuch Chu was the real culprit. But in a parent's heart, their son was naturally honest, good-natured, adorable, obedient, and well-behaved, especially in Yang Ruolan's heart. Her son wasn't much older than her grandson. What could such a young and tender child do? What could he do? If he didn't get involved in such a big matter, what else could it be? Thus, she swore to save her son. After the couple rushed for 300 miles, they remembered that they needed to buy 2 horses. Then he bought a horse at a high price. He spurred the horse and rushed towards the Lake of Despair as fast as lightning. Although they were anxious, they were tens of thousands of miles away from the Lake of Despair. How could they reach it in a few days? Even if the couple rushed as fast as they could without stopping, they would still need at least 5 days to reach the Lake of Despair. 5 days for a battle of life and death. This was a very long time. Yang Ruolan rushed the horses as she blamed herself. If she had left with her master and Wu Qianqian, it would have been great. They would have made it in time. However, she couldn't bear to part with her grandson and insisted on attending his 1-month-old celebration. Thus, she was delayed for a few days. She didn't expect such a big thing to happen in these few days. The mountain. He stood up straight and soared into the clouds. This was the heavenly sword peak. It had always been a place of life and death in decisive battles. According to the legends, this mountain was 10,000 zhang tall. However, after the battle between Qin Feng and Lu Yin, the upper half of the mountain had disappeared without a trace. At a height of 50,000 zhang, it had turned into a huge plain. It was as smooth as a mirror. As far as the eye could see, there were no undulations at all. Furthermore, for tens of thousands of years, not even a single blade of grass grew. The entire mountain had condensed into a single entity, resembling a huge piece of metal. In the center of this plain, on the ground that even divine weapons couldn't poke a small hole, there was a huge lake. It was at least 1,000 feet wide, and the lake water was like a mirror with green smoke rising in spirals. If there was an island in the center of the lake, it would be the island of life and death. It was said that this lake was created when Supremacy Qin Feng and Supremacy Flowing Cloud were at the peak of their battle. Supremacy Flowing Cloud punched a huge hole in the lake and connected it to the hot spring underground, forming a vast lake. Moreover, the entire lake was a hot spring. It was steaming hot. This place was already 50,000 zhang tall. Snow was falling from all directions, and the ground was freezing cold. However, there was a hot spring lake in the middle. It was a marvelous sight. Of course, there was still no sign of life on the lake. There wasn't even a single blade of grass. As for whether there was water, no one knew. When the two Supremacy martial artists fought here, their godly strength crushed the entire mountain. The flowers, plants, and trees were all turned into dust together with their roots. Furthermore, this place was too high. Even if there was a storm, it wouldn't be able to reach here. For tens of thousands of years, this place was recognized as a land of death. On both sides of the lake, there was a stone tablet that was 1,000 zhang tall. On one side, there were words written in flamboyant calligraphy, "Morning wind rises in the universe." On the other side, there were words written in majestic calligraphy, "Clouds beyond the heavens." The two stone tablets were of the same height. They faced each other from afar, as if the two Supremacy martial artists were still facing each other after tens of thousands of years. They were silent and majestic. This is the Lake of Despair. Chu Yang looked at the two stone tablets and whispered. Even with Chu Yang's arrogance, he couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence when faced with the miracles left behind by the two legendary Supremacy martial artists. It's really a good place. Gu Duxing sighed from the bottom of his heart. As a swordsman, if I could fight to the death in such a place under the witness of two Supremacy martial artists, how wonderful would that be? Everyone felt the same way. Even the usually cynical GMO and Luo Kudi nodded their heads repeatedly. They had the same feeling. These two stone tablets were the two Supremacy martial artists. They were looking at them coldly, disdainfully, and majestically with impartiality. From the bottom of their hearts, they couldn't even think of blasphemy. It's also because of this that this place became the place for the final battle of the three heavens. Mo Tianji exhaled a breath of cold air and said indifferently, "For tens of thousands of years, those who were qualified to die here were the heavens. All of them were experts who never appeared in the world. Furthermore, as long as they died here, their corpses would be thrown into the lake. For tens of thousands of years, who knows how many heroes have been buried at the bottom of the lake of death? Today, at least 1,000 corpses of experts will be thrown into the lake of death again." Mo Tianji said deeply. I hope that you and I can continue walking down this path. Everyone was silent. If they continued walking down this path, they would be the victors, according to the rules of the final battle of the Lake of Death. All the losers would stay here. Everyone could go up the mountain, but only the victors could go down the mountain. Us brothers will definitely continue walking down this path. Dong Wushang's eyes flashed with fervor as he said, However, even if we die, it's an honor to be buried here. More than 1,000 people stood here in absolute silence. Even the few martial monarchs held their breaths and looked at the 2 stone tablets with respect in their eyes. The supreme elder of the Ao clan, Ao Wuyang, whose face was full of wrinkles, sighed softly. He said somewhat despondently, Back then, my 3rd granduncle fought a decisive battle here. At that time, he was already a 2nd-grade martial monarch, but he was defeated and died. His corpse is in this lake. He can't go home. After he finished speaking, everyone in the Ao clan bowed deeply towards the lake. Tan stepped out from the crowd and looked at the lake. He looked at the 2 stone tablets and suddenly had a strange feeling. He couldn't help but slowly walk forward step by step. Everyone was deeply moved and looked at the memorial ceremony of the Ao clan. They didn't notice. When Chu Yang noticed, Tan had already walked dozens of feet away. Don't go near the front of the stone tablet, Chu Yang shouted. Before he finished speaking, Tan had already turned around and looked at the stone tablet of supreme martial artist Chin Feng. Suddenly, Tan's body trembled and his long hair fluttered. Then, with a boom, Tan's body flew back like an arrow from a bow. He fell solidly on the steel-like ground and bounced twice like a toad. He couldn't get up for a while. A terrifying pressure suddenly arose spontaneously. It was as if a demon god had appeared in the sky and was coldly looking at everyone on the ground. The kind of vicissitudes of life made everyone unable to breathe. After this terrifying pressure circled around for a while, it slowly disappeared. Everyone felt that they could move again. They couldn't help but be aghast. Xia Danfeng hurriedly rushed out and helped him up. Tan's face was full of horror and his eyebrows twitched. He said in shock, Fuck! These 2 big stones can hit people. Fuck! Everyone's face darkened. It turned out that Tan had just looked at the word wind, in the word morning wind, when an extremely powerful coercion had suddenly rushed out from this word. It had sealed the meridians of Tan's entire body and had ruthlessly thrown him out. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. This is the power that supreme martial artist Chin Feng imbued into the stone tablet tens of thousands of years ago. The 2 supreme martial artists were evenly matched, so they used all their cultivation to create a stone tablet to confront each other across the lake. When one of them could defeat the other, it would be the winner. But after tens of thousands of years, the 2 stone tablets still stand tall. Even now, Chuan won't allow anyone to touch them. Tan, you're lucky that you're far away this time. You were only swept by the pressure. If you walked to the center of the lake, you'd be in big trouble. Everyone looked at Tan and couldn't help but laugh. Boss, how do you know about this? GMO was very surprised. Chu Yang clearly wasn't from the 3 heavens. How did he know about this? Even he, a native of the 3 heavens, didn't know as much as him. How would I know? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, when I was drawn here by the calamity sword, I also experienced it once. How could I not know? And the last time I experienced it, it was much worse than Tan's. My legs were almost broken, and my 7 apertures were bleeding. But the last time I saw supreme martial artist Lu Yun's cloud, it was different from Tan's, and at that time his cultivation was much lower than Tan's. Even a saint-level expert wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of pressure. Ao Wuyang took a deep breath. Even a supreme martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand it. Chu Yang said seriously, because these 2 auras won't allow anyone to touch them. If someone was actually able to withstand one of them, then the other would immediately join in and attack together. When the auras of two supreme martial artists merge together, which supreme martial artist can withstand it? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Actually, I feel that these two supreme martial artists are very strange. GMO said without thinking. There are so many legends about their duels, but the two of them have never been injured. Moreover, this duel doesn't seem to have happened once or twice. It seems to have happened dozens of times. Chuan, it seems that these two people are using fighting as a pastime. Chu Yang snorted and said, "That's nonsense. When you reach that level of cultivation, you'll know that having someone to fight with you is the happiest thing in the world." GMO smiled mischievously and said, "I'm not worried. Even if I reach that level, there won't be just one person to fight with me. There will be many, and you'll still be a masochist." Luo Kadi said coldly. He spared no effort to attack GMO. Everyone was amused. Chapter 684. Everyone turned around and saw a young lady in white standing at the entrance of the mountain. She had black hair and white clothes. She looked like a pitiful little flower standing in the wind. Asterisk, 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 her eyes were like the stars in the night sky, shining brightly. Her body was curvaceous, but she also exuded a sense of elegance. Everyone's first impression of this young lady was that she was elegant and delicate. Her beauty was secondary. Everyone was stunned. Who is this? Everyone looked at Dong Wushang. Just when the decisive battle was about to begin, why would such a beautiful young lady come to find Dong Wushang? I don't know either. Dong Wushang was also at a loss because he did not know this young lady. Even after racking his brains, he still did not have any impression of her. You don't know either? Everyone's eyeballs fell to the ground. Wow, beautiful lady. Luo Kudi whistled. I am Dong Wushang. The young lady wrinkled her nose and said, Luo Kudi, do you want to be beaten? Luo Kudi opened his mouth wide and could not speak. Everyone was stunned. This girl seemed to be very familiar with them. She actually called out Luo Kudi's name so familiarly, and from her tone, she seemed to be very valiant. Do you know her? Chu Yang asked Mo Tianji quietly. Mo Tianji had a photographic memory and a strong memory. He also had a strong intelligence network. As long as he met someone, he would rarely forget them. Asking him about this was the most appropriate thing to do. I don't have any impression of her. Mo Tianji quickly went through everything in his mind and said, This is really strange. In the entire three heavens, there aren't many people that I don't have records of. Moreover, it's such a young woman. If there were, I would have information about her. However, this young lady seemed to have jumped out from a crack in a rock. Chu Yang was speechless. Mo Tianji also did not know. That was really hard to imagine. Young lady, you are? Dong Wushang scratched his head. He asked stutteringly, Blockhead, what a hothead. The young woman looked happy and angry at the same time. It's you. Hearing this familiar voice, Dong Wushang immediately remembered who this woman was. When he went to support Gu Duxing, there was a young woman in black who sent him a message. When he followed her, she scolded him like this. That's me. The young woman raised her delicate neck and walked over with her hands behind her back. She leisurely said, Blockhead, are you going to fight him here? That's right, that's right. Poor Dong Wushang had never spoken to such a young woman in his entire life. Even the maids at home rarely spoke. Suddenly, he saw a young woman walking towards him. Her fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and his brain short-circuited. The young woman's two beautiful big eyes turned into two crescent moons as she leaned over. Can I take a look from here? Okay. No. No way. Dong Wushang frowned. Shoo. This is a place of life and death. What is a girl like you doing here? Quickly go back and find your mother." He actually spoke as if he was coaxing a child. The young woman's face froze. GMO and Luo Ku D started to chuckle behind him. Fourth brother Dong is really too unromantic. She obviously knew about the battle and came to live and die with you. She was so affectionate, and you actually chased her away like a child. What's wrong with being a girl? The young woman felt wronged. Aren't they also here? As she spoke, she pointed at Huyanao and Xie Danfeng. Dong Wushang said like a hoodlum, "How can you compare with them? They are all heroines. They can fight and kill. Your small body." He looked at the young woman from the corner of his eyes. "Your big breasts are not even as thick as their arms." That was a bad thing. He had offended 3 women at once. "What do you mean?" Huyan Ao turned around, and his majestic body pressed over like a mountain. His eyes were filled with killing intent. His left hand started to roll up the sleeve of his right hand. "What do you mean?" Xie Danfeng was furious. She looked at herself and saw that she was still considered slim. She was even more furious. "Whose arms are so thick? Are you looking down on me?" The young woman in white stared at Dong Wushang. "Do you think you are so great?" He was attacked by 3 women at the same time. Dong Wushang was embarrassed to the extreme. He looked at his brothers for help. Chu Yang and the rest looked up at the sky. "The clouds in the sky, the clouds are so white." GMO sighed. "There are so many clouds." Luo Kudi sighed. Dong Wushang's majestic body suddenly shrunk by half. He looked at his brothers who had gone through life and death with him. He opened his mouth, but was speechless. "Someone come out and take the thunder." "Oh my God! Dong Wushang, explain it to us clearly." The 3 women stepped forward and roared at the same time. Dong Wushang looked at the 3 women pitifully. His face was like a gold thread. He waved his hands and stammered. I didn't mean it like that." He was so anxious that he was foaming at the mouth. His forehead was full of sweat. His face seemed to have turned even darker. Seeing that the 3 women were still unwilling to let him go, he said angrily, "Then what do you mean?" Dong Wushang turned his head helplessly and pleaded, "Boss!" Chu Yang was chatting with Gu Duxing. They were in full swing. Chu Yang was focused. Gu Duxing's face was solemn as he nodded. Mo Tianji was also there. He looked like he was deep in thought. Even when the sky was falling, Mo Tianji had never looked so serious. Dong Wushang shouted again, but the 3 of them did not respond. Helpless, he could only ask GMO for help. GMO's wife was among them. He shouted, "GMO, 3rd brother G." Ever since they became sworn brothers, Dong Wushang had always been unhappy that GMO was ahead of him. This was the first time he had called GMO 3rd brother. GMO turned his head in satisfaction, but he turned halfway and suddenly remembered something. So he hastily turned his head back. He heard a snap sound, and his neck was nearly broken. He sucked in a cold breath and hissed to Luo Kadi, "This battle, the situation is extremely grim." Luo Kadi's face was full of worry. He clasped his hands behind his back and said heavily, "That's right. It's really turning the world upside down. I pity the people of this world. They're going to suffer again. I pity the heavens. The flames of war will fly again. Pitiful. Pitiful." GMO sighed. The 2 of them acted like saints who were worried about the country, the people, and the world. They sighed. Dong Wushang felt that he was now half a head shorter than he already was. However, he did not have to beg for mercy. The 3 women saw that a tall and burly hero was actually showing such a pitiful look. How could they maintain their fierce expressions? They immediately burst out laughing. With this laughter, the 3 women immediately felt that the other party was closer. Naturally, they gathered together. "Sister, what's your name?" Huyen Ao is indeed a heroine. Even when he is asking for the girl's name, he still speaks in a rough tone. He even looks at the girl like a hooligan teasing a girl. Beautiful girl, may I know your name? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. However, the white-clothed woman's composure was very good. She did not even blink. Natural and unrestrained, she said, "My surname is Mo. As in ink, my name is Mo Laer." She smiled lightly and said, "Sister Huyen, you can call me Laer." Mo Laer? Xia Danfeng thought for a while and said, "Laer, this name is really good. Lei is originally desolate. However, Mo and Mo, there will be no Laer in life. Together, it's the most sincere blessing." The white-clothed woman smiled and said contentedly, "My mother gave me this name before she passed away. I like this name very much. Every time someone calls me this name, I feel as if I'm still in my mother's arms." Huyen Ao and Xia Danfeng looked at her tenderly at the same time. "Then why are you here today?" Xia Danfeng's mother's heart was stirred. "It's all because of this blockhead." Mo Laer rolled her eyes at Dong Wushang. "I'm worried about him. But he doesn't even recognize me." As soon as these words came out, Huyen Ao and Xia Danfeng were filled with anger. They looked at Dong Wushang with a fierce look in their eyes. Dong Wushang covered his face and retreated. "God, which great deity did I offend today?" He heard Mo Laer accuse him angrily. "At that time, what he did to me was so overboard. I risked being banished by my clan and gave it to him. He actually wanted to kill me with a knife. He even chased me for dozens of miles with a knife. But now I know that he's in danger and still came, but he doesn't recognize me anymore." When she said this, it was like a bolt from the blue. Even Chu Yang and the rest were shocked. Mo Tianji was just taking out his water skin to drink water when he heard this. He spat out a mouthful of water onto Gu Duxing's face. Second Master Gu didn't seem to feel it. He still maintained his shocked expression and looked at Dong Wushang in disbelief. He allowed the water from Mo Tianji's mouth to flow down his face and into his mouth. Luo Kudi and GMO also looked at Dong Wushang with admiration. "Damn, this blockhead is so fierce. He can actually play the game of abandonment." Huyen Ao jumped up and said angrily, "Dong Wushang, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Xia Danfeng raised her eyebrows. "You're actually abandoning me? So heartless." Dong Wushang glared at her. What did I do to you? How did I abandon you?" "Abandon you? I've wronged you. Stop." Seeing that Huyen Ao was about to rush up and beat Dong Wushang up, Chu Yang hurriedly stopped him. Then he stood up and looked at this young woman in white. He said, "Miss, Dong Wushang is definitely not someone who would abandon his lover after the first time. Who are you? What intentions do you have for saying such things?" Chu Yang's eyes were very dangerous and flashed with a sharp light. If it was someone else, it might be possible. But Dong Wushang, it was definitely impossible. However, when Chu Yang looked into the eyes of this young woman, he suddenly felt as if a ray of light had flashed through his heart. He suddenly thought of something. In my previous life, when the Black Devil's name shook the heavens, didn't he say that his clan was actually surnamed Mo? Mo Laer's eyes flashed with guilt. "You're Dong Wushang's boss? King of Helchu? That's good. Please help me in this matter." When she said the last sentence, her voice changed strangely. It was a little hoarse. At the same time, she gave Chu Yang a look. This time it was obviously for Dong Wushang. But talking to King of Helchu was the most important thing. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. "That's me. May I have a talk with you?" Mo Laer frowned and said, "That's what I was thinking." Chapter 685. Chu Yang and Mo Lei walked side by side towards the back of the group. Everyone was a little confused. Why did this girl come to look for Dong Wushang, but in the end, she actually went out together with Boss. Emo Tanji looked at the backs of the two and thought, could it be that Boss knows about her background? Why does Boss know about something that even I don't know about? It's definitely not because my intelligence system is bad, but because of another reason. Dong Wushang opened his perplexed eyes and said indignantly, what did I do to her? I didn't do anything. Looking at Huyan Aobo and Xie Danfeng's angry eyes, Dong Wushang cried out, I really didn't do anything. Huyan Aobo said coldly, could it be that, as a girl, she would spout nonsense to frame you? Xie Danfeng snorted, this concerns a girl's reputation. Could it be that she would spout such nonsense? Dong Wushang was at a loss for words. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. His mind became flexible in an instant. He said seriously, this girl must be our enemy, because she said that she risked being banished by her family when she gave me the news. Moreover, at that time her face was covered. Dong Wushang looked at everyone's faces and finally couldn't take it anymore. He really only sent me one piece of news. The news he sent me was about second brother Gu's Gu clan being besieged and threatened by the young master of the Ao clan. It's not what you think. She only gave you the news once. Huyan Aobo looked at him with a cold smile. She gave you the news that your brother was in danger, and you took a knife and chased her for dozens of miles? Yes. Dong Wushang nodded. That's right. Bah. Huyan Aobo and Xie Danfeng spat at the same time and said disdainfully, who would believe you? Dong Wushang was extremely pitiful. So it's really like that, but Huyan Aobo and Xie Danfeng had already turned and walked away. Dong Wushang opened his hands and said to GMO, it's really like that. I swear. GMO coughed and said sarcastically, I believe you. Dong Wushang blushed and looked at Gu Duxing. Second brother, do you believe me? Gu Duxing said, what's the big deal about that? This girl is also not bad. You are not married and she is not married. Can't you just get together? Is it that serious? Dong Wushang almost vomited blood. But I really didn't do it. I really didn't do it. Gu Duxing, GMO, Luo Kadi, and Rue Butong comforted him at the same time. All right. You didn't do it. You didn't do it, okay? We all know that you didn't do anything. We were all watching from your window that day. You really didn't do anything. Dong Wushang muttered in despair. It's a forest with no windows. Good. Forest. Yes, forest. There were only the two of you in the forest. Then you didn't do anything. You just raised your saber and chased after them for dozens of miles. Yes, we believe you. Luo Kadi said solemnly. Dong Wushang sat down on the ground and buried his head in his knees. He actually whimpered, but I really didn't do it. For the first time, Second Master Dong felt what it meant to be wronged. This was really impossible to explain. To be able to force a man like Dong Wushang to this extent was really rare. Mo Tianji observed Dong Wushang's expression and said decisively, looks like Wushang really didn't do anything. There must be something fishy going on. We'll know when boss comes back. Dong Wushang's eyes were brimming with tears. He grabbed Mo Tianji's hand and shook it repeatedly. He actually couldn't say anything. At the back, they were already hundreds of feet away from the main group. Chu Yang asked tentatively, Brother He? Mo lay or smiled gently. King of Hell Chu is indeed King of Hell Chu. Not only are you meticulous, but you also have sharp eyes. As she said that, she looked at Chu Yang and laughed eerily. It's really you. Chu Yang felt a headache coming on. So this guy is really the Black Devil Young Master. No wonder the Black Devil Young Master was so mysterious. No matter what, she never showed her face or her figure. She was always covered in a wide black robe. So she was a girl Minister Chu felt as if he had taken over an extremely hot potato. But it was already too late for him to withdraw now. He braced himself and stuttered. What are you doing here? The Black Devil Young Master looked at Chu Yang fixedly. After a long time, she said word by word, I like Dong Wushang. Chu Yang instantly felt as if the mountains were falling apart in front of him. His reaction at this time was even more intense than when old Black Devil had heard this. Even more intense. All along, the Black Devil clan was Chu Yang's first target to eliminate in the three heavens. They were also the people that Chu Yang hated the most in his previous and current lives. It could be said that the tragedy of Chu Yang's previous life was all caused by the Black Devil clan. If the Black Devil clan didn't first destroy Mo Qingwu's potential, how would Chu Yang end up being surrounded and killed by Mo Tianji in the end? Not to mention anything else, just because the Black Devil clan killed Mo Qingwu, Chu Yang would definitely not forgive them. This kind of hatred could only be washed away with blood. Although, if the Black Devil clan didn't kill Mo Qingwu, then Chu Yang definitely wouldn't have had the chance to meet Mo Qingwu in his previous life. They could only be passers-by. But after all, that was just an if, and not reality. But now everything was ready. Just as he was about to take revenge, he realized that the Black Devil came to find him and said, I like your brother Dong Wushang. I want to marry him and be his wife. And the person who said this was basically the most important person in the Black Devil clan, the Black Devil young master. Chu Yang's smile was uglier than crying. Brother He, you must be joking. Look at me. Am I joking? The Black Devil young Mo Lei Er looked at him seriously. Right now, comparing the strength of both sides, your side is obviously seriously behind the other side. I'm standing here now because I'm prepared to live and die together with Dong Wushang, even if it means going to hell together. King of Hell Chu, do you really think I'm joking? Chu Yang was speechless. I'm a Black Devil, but I'm after all a young lady. I also have dignity. If it wasn't for the fact that today was a hopeless situation, why would a virgin like me rush over to accept your doubts? Wouldn't it be better to slowly repair the relationship with the Dong clan and then slowly get in touch with Dong Wushang until he accepts me and pursues me? The problem is that we don't have that kind of time anymore. In today's battle, your side has no hope at all. You will definitely die, and Dong Wushang will definitely not survive. That's why I rushed over at this last chance. I don't want to marry him. I only hope that in the last moments of his life, he won't see me as his enemy. That's all. Mo Lei Er looked at Chu Yang. King of Hell Chu, do you really think I'm joking with you? Chu Yang was silent. Black Demon's words were sincere and sincere. Every word came from the bottom of her heart. Even if Chu Yang was stupid, he could tell that this lady was speaking from the bottom of her heart. Have you thought of anything else when you came here today? Chu Yang paced 2 steps, only feeling confused. What about you? What about your clan? What about the hatred between your clan and my brother's clan? Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. Have you not thought about all these? Have you thought about Dong Wushang? You want him to accept the daughter of his enemy as his lover, and she's the common enemy of almost all your brothers. How can Dong Wushang endure this? Now, do I still have the mood to think about these? Mo Lei Er smiled bitterly. Do you know the lineup on the other side this time? Do you know how strong their external aid is? You have no chance of winning at all. Once the battle starts, you'll all be a pile of yellow soil or a set of white bones in the lake of death. Hatred, how much is it worth? What does it matter if we resolve it or not? Mo Lei Er said casually, I told my father that I'm here to find a place for myself and a lifetime of happiness. But my father doesn't know that my happiness is only to die with him. That's all. After I die, even if you have hatred towards me, so what? As for the people of the Black Devils, a few more of them might die because of my decision. Mo Lei Er said calmly, but if I don't do this, we'll still fight to the death with you. And all of you don't seem to be merciful. As for our allies over there, the Sher clan and the Li clan of the upper 3 heavens, they're all invited by others. They have nothing to do with us. Even if we die, they'll only watch and not help us. Since that's the case, why don't I die to live a happier life, so that I can feel at ease? Mo Lair smiled calmly. I can't decide how to live, but can't I decide how to die? Chu Yang was silent for a while. Then he said, What did your father say? Mo Lair hesitated for a while. Then she said, The intention of the Black Devils is to watch from the sidelines and preserve our strength. However, in the past few days, the Tu clan has invited reinforcements. They have become arrogant and conceited. As for the Li clan, they are also arrogant and despotic. As for the Tian clan, because I don't like them, they have completely fallen out with Tian Buhui. So the Black Devils can only retreat or fight to the death. But after the arrival of the Sher clan of the Upper Three Heavens, the first rule they announced is that no one is allowed to retreat. If we retreat, we'll definitely be attacked by the Sher clan. So now we can't advance or retreat. My father said that since we're going to die, no matter what, why don't we let my daughter be happier before she dies? Even if she smiles a little more than usual, it'll be worth it. Chu Yang was moved. If she could smile a little more than usual before she dies, it'll be worth it. Even though he didn't have any good feelings towards the black demon in his previous life, when he heard these words, he could still feel the fatherly love that the black demon had for Mo Lair. As an enemy, he was qualified. As a father, he had a clear conscience. As an assassination organization, the Black Devils naturally have enmity with the various clans. But that's all there is to it. In the martial world, people are unscrupulous and have no choice. But the only enmity we have with the Mo clan is because the great elder of the Mo clan, Mo Wu Xan, killed my mother with his own hands. Mo Lair looked at Chu Yang and said, That's why we won't rest until we're dead. There's no need to talk about other enmities. Killing is killing. Only the enmity with the Mo clan has a reason. This is also the reason why I want to talk to you. Chapter 686. Chu Yang paced back and forth. Then he raised his head and thought for a while. Then he said, I understand. Mo Lair smiled. In other words, you think we will definitely die. So you don't want to leave any regrets, Chu Yang said softly. So you are on our side at this time. So you don't care about hatred or old grudges. Mo Lair smiled calmly. What is more important than a woman's love? Chu Yang smiled and turned around. What if we don't die in the end? And what if we can win this battle? That's impossible. Mo Lair said decisively. Before the outcome is decided, nothing is impossible. Chu Yang said slowly. I'm only asking you, if we win and survive, what will you do? Mo Lair was stunned. She had never thought about this question. No matter how she looked at it, Chu Yang's side had absolutely no hope of victory. But Chu Yang said it so confidently. If they really survived, what would she do? Mo Lair thought about this question, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. Then her face turned pale, because she realized that if everyone died at the same time now, it would be the best outcome. If they survived, it would be out of control. If you survive, will you still want to marry Dong Wushang, regardless of everything like you're doing now? Chu Yang stared at her with an aggressive look in his eyes. Are you confident that you can resolve the grudges of these years? Are you prepared to pay some price for your Black Devil clan? In exchange for peace between us and your lifelong happiness? Are you confident? Will Dong Wushang accept you? A series of questions. Mo Lair was tongue-tied and her face was pale. She stammered and opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. If we survive, if we can all survive. Mo Lair moved her delicate lips with difficulty and said, as if she was struggling, If Dong Wushang can really like me, I will. I will. Sweat dripped down her face, and she said in a conflicted tone, Don't force me. Can't you just let me fight with him like this first? Chu Yang smiled. Okay, we can talk about this after the battle. He smiled meaningfully and said, Mo Lair, don't forget that after the battle, I'll wait for your decision. Mo Lair I looked at him doubtfully and thought, is he really that confident of winning? But how is this possible? Seeing the two of them return, the brothers greeted them with gossipy gazes. How is it? What's the situation? GMO was the most anxious. The others looked at Chu Yang anxiously. Chu Yang shook his head. Sigh. Boss. Dong Wushang called out pitifully, like a criminal awaiting his trial. There's no other way. You have to deal with your own sins. Chu Yang patted his shoulder. Wushang, it's rare for a girl to be so devoted to you. As a man, he had to take responsibility for his actions. Face it yourself, we can't help you. Oh! The brothers gave a meaningful oh at the same time, and even turned a few corners. Dong Wushang was dumbfounded. Then he strode towards Mo and asked, Miss, have we met before? Mo pouted. What do you think? Dong Wushang said in confusion. Why don't I remember? Mo said, so what if you remember? So what if you don't? Anyway, I'm already here now. You are already here, but my reputation has already been ruined by you. Dong Wushang gritted his teeth. My reputation has also been ruined by you. Mo glanced sideways at him. As the two of them talked, they didn't realize that the brothers had already gone far away, leaving only the two of them. According to Chu Yang's words, who cares about them? Even if Dong Wushang used his saber, 1 or 2 sabers wouldn't be able to do anything to them. If they were careless, they might fail miserably. Let the two of them settle it themselves. We'll do our own things. Mo Tianji had already withdrawn from this place and had occupied the western side. He was busy setting up camp in the snowy land. He was meticulous, as if he was arranging an army for battle. Although it was a decisive battle, this battle might not end in a few days. In these few days they had to rest and eat. How could they be unprepared? It wasn't noon yet, so Mo Tianji chose to set up camp in the west. The sun was shining directly on the snowy ground, piercing their eyes with white light, making them unable to see clearly. But Chu Yang praised in his heart. It was obvious that they couldn't fight in the morning, so the battle in the afternoon was inevitable. And in the afternoon, the sun would shine from the west to the east. Their side would have their backs facing the sun, while the enemy would have to endure the reflection of the sun on the snow, blinding them. This indirectly increased their chances of winning by 10%. Furthermore, Mo Tianji's camp wasn't in the west, but in an arc covering both the southwest and the west. In this way, other than the extremely limited time of one day, they would have their backs facing the sun for the rest of the time. The enemy's camp could only be set up in the northeast. The geographical advantage made the difference between heaven and earth. If the two sides were evenly matched, just this geographical advantage was enough to lock in victory. Of course, the most important reason was the southwest side was the furthest from the 2 stone tablets, and also the back of the stone tablets. There was no need to worry about accidentally touching the stone tablets and triggering the supreme martial artist suppression. All of this was left to the enemy to bear. Then, Mo Tianji began to mess up the camp and calmly deployed the weapons that were most compatible with each other. The sword focused on defense, and the saber focused on offense. The combination of saber and sword was the most complementary combination. The sword was short and the spear was long. Therefore, the few spear-wielding experts coordinated with the sword. The sword and the whip, one long and one short, also complemented each other well. There were more people who used the sword. In the end, even the cleverest housewife couldn't make porridge without rice, so they could only combine the 2 swords. But Mo Tianji also tried his best to separate everyone's personalities. They coordinated with each other. Those with bad tempers would have to coordinate with those who were calm and collected. Those who were defensive and those who were offensive would also have to coordinate with each other. With this arrangement, The average battle strength increased by 30%. Xu Yang looked at this and clicked his tongue. This was a very complicated project. To do all this, one had to know the strengths and weaknesses of everyone present like the back of one's hand. Mo Tianji had only interacted with these people for a few days, but he was actually so clear and logical in the allocation. Even if the clan leaders made their own arrangements, they might not be able to match the coordination of Mo Tianji's arrangements this time. Not to mention the fact that several great clans had completely messed up the random arrangement of the camp. Just by this arrangement of troops, the higher-ups were already in awe of Mo Tianji's master of calculation and manipulation. After arranging the battle camp, Mo Tianji made another decision. Everyone would hand over all the medicine they had on them. Then he would pick out all the people who knew a little about medicine and form a non-combat formation. They would be responsible for healing the wounded and the dying. This was a very important part, because in a long battle, there would definitely be injuries. If these measures were not taken in time, there would be casualties. This would result in the loss of non-combat personnel and a great loss of combat power. Also, if some of the medicine was carried on them, the enemy would crush them together with the medicine. This was a loss. Mo Tianji's move was equivalent to thinking of the most considerate aspects in advance. After setting up the tents, he set up a few more luxurious, spacious, and comfortable tents. This was not an abuse of power for personal gain, but a camp for the injured that had been prepared in advance. The injured would receive treatment here. The food was also gathered, other than the water sources that could be found anywhere. Everything that could affect the body's condition would be distributed uniformly. Then there was the division of the higher-ups. How to lead each team, how to coordinate with each other, how to fight with each other, and who was the most suitable person to be in charge of this team. Mo Tianji casually instructed. Everything was just right. Mo Tianji gave out almost 1,000 orders for a team of 1,000 people. He was detailed to every single person. Every single thing. Every little bit. In the end, the people who originally wanted to help realized that they did not even have to say a word. Mo Tianji had completed all the pre-battle preparations by himself. Moreover, the process was smooth and there was no chaos at all. In other words, as long as Mo Tianji was there, you only needed to adjust your condition to participate in the battle. As for other things, not to mention eating and drinking, even going to the toilet was prepared for you. He even built a very secluded and elegant small toilet for the 3 ladies. Mo Tianji even calculated that the battle would be tiring and they would sweat a lot. He even prepared a large amount of salt water to replenish their energy at any time. How was this a battle? Even if they were on vacation, they would not have thought of this. Such a frightening ability to coordinate and plan made everyone's heart tremble. This was the real master of manipulation and calculation. The master of manipulation and calculation did not necessarily foresee things like a god, but he did not miss out on anything, even the most trivial and minute things. Even the most inattentive things could be thought of. These were the most ordinary things, but when done by one person, it was enough to shock the world and make the gods weep. As long as all the little things in life were done perfectly, then you would be a great person. However, even in our modern society, how many people in the world are able to do this? For a moment, all the big shots looked at Mo Tianji with a different expression in their eyes. Fortunately, we are not enemies with this person. Instead, we are on the same side. If we were enemies, we would have been schemed to death by him. People shouted and horses neighed. A group of people and horses rushed up the mountain like a whirlwind. It was the group of Mo that they had just met. After they came up, both sides looked at each other with a complicated expression. Then, this group of black-clothed cavalry started the same action. They occupied the northeast side and were in a confrontation of life and death. However, when the Mo arranged the formation, he seemed to be intentional and unintentional. He set up camp in a more disadvantageous position than what Mo Tianji had expected. The sound of horse hooves thundered like a thunderstorm. It was a fine white horse, almost the same color as the white snow. On the horse was a handsome young man, but his eyebrows were slightly curved, and his eyes were slightly peach-blossomed. His face was white, and his black hair was fluttering in the wind. He was wearing a white robe and a white jade belt. As soon as he rushed out, he suddenly waved his hand, and a Qinghua rocket shot into the sky with a bang. It exploded in midair, and in the blue sky and white clouds, a large, pitch-black character appeared. Night. Chapter 687. Two old men in black followed behind the young man in white. They rode their green horses and rushed over. They reined in their horses and stood still between the two camps. 3 people, 1 in white and 2 in black. They just stood there and looked around. They looked at the camps on both sides as if there was no one else around. It was as if these people did not exist. Seeing the word Yi, Chuyang and Tan Tan were shocked. Could it be the Yi clan of the upper 3 heavens? The 2 of them were equally sensitive to the word, because their master's lover was surnamed Yi, Yi Chuchin. The 3 of them stood there in an imposing manner for a while. Then something happened that left everyone tongue-tied and speechless. They didn't know what to feel. The young man in white suddenly stood up from his horse. His white clothes fluttered in the wind as if he was flying. He just stood there on the horse. His figure was tall and straight. He looked around proudly. Regardless of which side the crowd was on, they all cheered in their hearts. What a handsome young man! But this white-clothed young man who had attracted everyone's admiration just now suddenly smiled faintly and charmingly. He actually stretched out one of his hands on the horse. Then he bent his fingers and twisted his waist like a water snake. Then he curled his fingers and twisted his waist like a water snake. Then he raised his orchid fingers and said in a coquettish voice, "It's so lively. I'm really not late. This is so exciting. Ah, I'm Yi Shiryu, from the Yi clan of the upper 3 heavens. Greetings to all the handsome and beautiful men here." After he finished, he actually smiled shyly. His eyes moved. As a man, he was actually so charming. Everyone was stunned. Their eyeballs were bouncing around. Sigh. It's so satisfying. He actually called me a slave. What the hell? This is actually a transvestite. Especially when they heard the last sentence. Greetings to all the handsome and beautiful men. Instantly, all the men present felt like vomiting in their hearts. Their faces darkened. Although she was very beautiful, there was no need for you to come and greet her. Furthermore, she said, sigh, naturally no man would admit that he was ugly. This point was actually the same as that of a woman. Then, everyone realized another big thing. Yi clan. The Yi clan of the upper 3 heavens. Yi Shiryu. The battle had not started yet, but the strongest side of the spectators from the upper 3 heavens had arrived. The Yi clan. The number 1 clan of the upper and lower heavens. Mo Tianji's eyes flashed. He smiled warmly and said, "However, I wonder why Dookie has come here this time? If you need my help, I'm Mo Tianji." Hearing this, Yi Shiryu immediately threw a flirtatious glance at Mo Tianji. He was overjoyed and said, "Oh my, you're Mo Tianji? You are so handsome." Mo Tianji got goosebumps all over his body. He shuddered, and his lips turned blue. Was too. It's a pity that I dons Yi. Yi 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 yi. Yi 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 yi. Translation Yi. Yi 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 yi. None said. Translation. Translation Yi. Yi translation. 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 Translation, Yi translation, Yi translation. Translation, but now, everyone just wanted to lower their heads and vomit. They did not even have the courage to look at him. "I'm only here to watch the battle." Yi Shiryu winked at Mo Tianji flirtatiously. Then he actually covered his mouth and smiled shyly. He said tenderly, "I love to see people bleed." Mo Tianji suddenly felt like dying was better than being alive. It was very stressful to bear such a powerful, flirtatious glance alone. Fortunately, Yi Shiryu only said a few words before he dismounted from his horse. He swayed his hips and walked to the middle of the room. Then he walked into the distance. The two black-clothed elders behind him waved their sleeves, and the snow and ice on the ground started to gather like a storm. In an instant, it became a stage that was hundreds of feet high. Then, the three of them floated up and went up to the stage. Yi Shiryu glanced at Mo Tianji affectionately. He pursed his lips and smiled sweetly. Then he sat down and said sweetly, "You guys are done fighting. I'll just watch from the sidelines." He blinked his eyes and said, "You're welcome." Then he giggled and shook his body. Mo Tianji was sweating profusely. He wiped his forehead and retreated awkwardly. Chu Yang found it funny. It was his first time seeing Mo Tianji in such a sorry state, but he did not laugh, because he finally thought of the origin of the name Yi Shiryu. He was delicate and soft, born with a beard and eyebrows. He had a strong masculine aura, but a woman's heart. He was tactful and exquisite, lowering his eyebrows without hesitation. Even though he was soft-hearted, he could still decide the wind and clouds. He was one of the 3 Grand Dukes of the Yi clan, Yi Shiryu. He was ranked 3rd among the 3 Grand Dukes of the Yi clan. He looked like a transvestite, but he was terrifying in terms of scheming and tactics. If a normal clan had such a freak, why would they let him out to embarrass themselves? But the Yi clan not only let him run around outside, they also gave him important tasks. Yi Shiryu was very powerful. There was once another Gong Meng Se from the upper 3 heavens who commented on Yi Shiryu. He said, "This guy is a classic example of someone who calls you brother sweetly but stabs you viciously in the back." He was an extremely dangerous person. Chu Yang did not stay in the upper 3 heavens for many days in his previous life. Therefore, he did not know many people. But this Yi Shiryu was one of the most famous people in the upper 3 heavens. He was known as a demon. It was very difficult to not have heard of him. Things in the world were evil. Just say the word tortoise. Just as Chu Yang was muttering to himself, another long cry came from the mountainside. It reverberated and rushed into the clouds. "Autumn comes and the world is a piece of land. When will I fall? Beauties are like flowers. You should cherish them. I am Meng Se." Meng Se, the flower protector. He was one of the masters of the upper 3 heavens. He was famous for cherishing beauties. However, he was ruthless and merciless to men. His catchphrase was, "There are very few beauties in the world. We should cherish them. Admiring flowers is better than plucking them. I would rather have a branch full of flowers than pluck a single one." This man's love and care for beautiful women was known to the extreme, but he only admired them. He never wanted to possess them. Such behavior could be considered as a weirdo. With a long and drawn-out cry, a strange little green donkey quickly rushed into the field. This donkey, only its ears looked like a donkey. In fact, it was not much bigger than a dog. A young man in green rode on the donkey's back. He held a green flute in his hand. His slanted long eyebrows were deep into his hair. His beautiful red phoenix eyes were slightly lowered. He looked indescribably peaceful. Behind him, 2 old men in green walked. Their sleeves fluttered. Their feet did not touch the ground. They did not have mounts and were only walking. However, they were as smooth as flowing water. "Greetings, everyone." Meng Se hugged his flute and bowed gently. He said, "Meng Se has been entrusted by my clan to watch the battle. I have no enmity with any of you. It's good that we are at peace. Please allow Meng Se to be a spectator. Thank you all for your magnanimity." He said it as if he was very humble and respectful. It also seemed like he was asking for everyone's opinion. However, he did not care about their reactions. Whether he agreed or not, he casually said and entered the arena. He walked to the side of Yi Shiyu's high platform and did the same thing. Another white snow platform rose from the ground and Meng Se turned around gracefully. He flew up into the air and waved his flute in the air, letting out a sharp and clear cry. "Brother Meng Se, you're here. I've missed you these few days." Yi Shiyu tilted his head and looked at Meng Se, who was on the high platform beside him, innocently and cutely. Meng Se's expression changed. "We're in public. What evil tricks are you trying to pull?" He turned his head, closed his eyes, and sat down cross-legged. He did not move at all. Yi Shiyu snorted and tilted his head. "Humph! How shameless!" She flipped her hair in a fit of pique and turned her face away, fuming with anger. The 4 elders sat cross-legged on both sides of the 2 of them. They closed their eyes and did not say a word. However, everyone below knew that each of these 4 old men was no small matter. Any one of them could be considered a tyrant in the upper 3 heavens. People from the Yi clan and the He clan have arrived. Mo Tianji's expression was solemn. It seems that all the big clans in the upper 3 heavens are here this time. These 2 people are very dangerous, Chu Yang said softly. However, they're only here to watch the battle. You can ignore them. Watch the battle. Mo Tianji frowned and looked at Chu Yang. Then he looked at Gu Duxing. Chu Yang understood that Mo Tianji's meaning was clear. Don't let them know that you're the master of the tribulation sword. I know. Chu Yang gave him a reassuring look. Mo Tianji sighed softly. He had a lot on his mind. The big clans of the upper 3 heavens had sent people to watch the battle of the upper 3 heavens. This was thought-provoking. If it was not for the master of the tribulation sword, then it was for the awakened ones of the 3 stars divine clan. However, these 2 people were in their own camp. Even if one of them was discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Furthermore, the dreams of his brothers would be completely gone at this moment. How could Mo Tianji not be worried? Then, after waiting for a while, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. It was getting closer and closer. Tian Buhui took the lead and rushed in. Then, a burly figure rode on a horse. He was like a moving mountain. He had a violent and majestic aura. Everyone recognized this person. He was the first duke of the Li clan of the upper 3 heavens, Li Xiong too. The main force of the opponent's battle finally appeared at this moment. It was like 2 magnets meeting each other. The moment Li Xiong too appeared, Dong Wushang's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked over. Then, before Li Xiong too could rein in his horse, his eyes met Dong Wushang's. These 2 people were very similar in terms of temperament, physique, martial arts, and fighting styles. The twin maniacs of the 12 famous people in Chu Yang's previous life were destined to be enemies at this moment. Chapter 688. Dong Wushang's gaze was domineering and sharp, while Li Xiong Tu's gaze was calm and wild. Their gazes met, and they couldn't be separated. When their gazes met, it was as if 4 bolts of lightning had collided in midair, creating intense sparks that lit up the sky. Chu Yang could clearly feel a monstrous fighting spirit violently emanating from Dong Wushang's body. It surged out violently. It was like a raging tide. Li Xiong Tu's clothes fluttered in the wind, but he remained motionless on his horse. However, snowflakes suddenly flew up from the flat snow ground between the 2 of them, as if they were swept by an invisible broom and separated into 2 sides. The snowflakes flew like a dream. A thin path appeared between the 2 of them, leading to each other, only to each other. There was no need for any doubt at all. Everyone was aware of this. In today's battle, Li Xiong Tu's opponent was Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang's opponent was definitely Li Xiong Tu. No matter who interfered, they would probably be attacked by the two of them together. These were two people who were absolutely alike. But because of this, neither of them would allow the other to survive after this battle. Dong Wushang! Li Xiong-tu roared. Li Xiong-tu! Dong Wushang said solemnly. Then, the two of them laughed wildly at the same time. They pointed at each other and shouted at the same time, "I'll send you on your way today!" Even their tones were exactly the same. Then, the two of them stopped talking and retreated. However, the battle intent on their faces became more and more intense. On the high platform, Yi Shiyu's delicate eyebrows twitched. He looked at Dong Wushang and Li Xiong-tu thoughtfully and muttered, "I didn't expect there to be such people in these 3 days." How did Li Xiong-tu's strength improve so much in such a short time? Chu Yang stared at Li Xiong-tu and said puzzledly, "I saw him last year. At most, he was a 4th grade martial king. However, he's on par with Dong Wushang. He's at least a 2nd grade martial emperor. What's going on?" Gu Duxing and Mo Tianji were also puzzled by this question. How did Li Xiong-tu improve so quickly? Did he have a fortuitous encounter? Mo Tianji frowned. This was the most likely explanation. Only a sudden consumption of some miraculous elixir or treasure of heaven and earth could have such a terrifying effect. After all, there couldn't be a second calamity sword master in this world. I'm afraid he had a fortuitous encounter. Chu Yang's voice suddenly became louder. He said in shock, "Did he meet the calamity sword master?" Mo Tianji was stunned. He was shocked. Then he muttered, "This is impossible, right?" One had to admit that Chu Yang and Mo Tianji's cooperation was absolutely flawless. Everyone knew that facing a schemer was terrifying, but facing a schemer alone was 10,000 times more terrifying. It was facing two conspirators who were conspirators of the same mind. Many of Chu Yang's brothers had also advanced in this way. His brothers and brothers of Tianji and Mo's Wushang, S and his, S above of Wushang's Tianwu and himself. However, Mo Tianji was so shocked that he immediately added, "This is impossible." And he had almost completely dispelled the suspicion that he had towards them. Although the two of them spoke in a low voice, it was as if they had unknowingly raised their voices due to shock. Many people around them heard it. Everyone felt a prickling sensation in their backs. On the high platform, Yi Shiyu no longer looked lazy and sat upright. His sharp eyes shot over at once. He glanced at the two of them and turned to Li Xiong-tu. His charming gaze was now serious. On the other side, Meng Sei's body shook. He looked at Li Xiong-tu with a deep gaze. Both of them had the same thought in their minds at the same time. 1 year. From 4th grade martial king to 2nd grade martial emperor. Such a miracle. If it wasn't a treasure, then it must be the calamity sword master. After all, the potential of a human body was limited. If one relied purely on hard work, then this kind of improvement would kill one. It was impossible. Li Xiong-tu must have had a fortuitous encounter. Yi Shiyu and Meng Sei were both from the upper 3 heavens. They naturally thought that a treasure that could raise one's cultivation by 8 grades in a year was in the upper 3 heavens. It was hard to find and was a legendary item. What kind of treasure could there be in the upper 3 heavens? If that was the case, Li Xiong-tu must have met the calamity swordmaster. Yi Shiyu's eyes flashed. He smiled coquettishly and said softly, "This? Fierce Duke Li, I heard that you were only a 4th stage martial king at this time last year?" Li Xiong-tu frowned. Obviously, he didn't like this trap. He nodded and said, "That's right. I was only a 3rd grade martial king last year." Yi Shiyu smiled and said, "Is that so? Duke Li, you've improved so quickly. I'm so envious." At this moment, a voice said, "Yi Shiyu, it doesn't matter whether you're envious or not. You can't interrogate someone from the Li clan." At the entrance, 3 people appeared. The first person was tall and burly. He was like a moving mountain. He was even more muscular than Dong Wushang and Li Xiong Tuesday. He was about 25 years old, but he was burly. Yi Shiryu and Meng Sei's expressions changed. They said, "So it's Brother Li." The burly man snorted and turned to look at Li Xiong Tuesday. He said, "You're Li Xiong Tu?" Li Xiong Tu said, "That's right. You are." "I'm from the Li clan of the upper 3 heavens. I'm Li Batian. You should call me 4th brother." Li Batian laughed and said, "You're not bad. 4th brother." Li Xiong Tu was delighted. He knew how desperate his clan was to return to the upper 3 heavens. Li Batian allowed him to call him 4th brother in front of everyone. This meant that he acknowledged the Li clan of the upper 3 heavens. "All right." Li Batian laughed and said, "I can't help you in a fair battle, but after this battle, I'll bring all of you back to the upper 3 heavens." "Thank you, 4th brother." Li Xiong Tu was delighted. Everyone around him, including Tian Buhui and the others, looked envious. "Bring you back to the upper 3 heavens." From this moment onwards, the Li clan of the upper 3 heavens belonged to the upper 3 heavens. Li Batian laughed and said, "You don't have to thank me. This is what the elder ancestor wants. If you can break through to the martial emperor level in the upper 3 heavens, I'll bring all of you back. And now you've already surpassed this goal." After he finished speaking, Li Batian strode forward with his 2 guards. He didn't even bat an eyelid at Yi Shiryu and Meng Sei's greetings. Yi Shiryu snorted and Meng Sei's face turned pale, but they didn't say anything in the end. Xu Yang thought to himself, "It seems like Li Batian is a very powerful person among the younger generation of the upper 3 heavens." Mo Tianji thought, "Although this person is very powerful, he doesn't know how to be tactful. Even if he's very strong, I can kill him with a little trick. There's nothing to fear from this person." On the other hand, Yi Shiryu and Meng Sei seem to be very shrewd. They don't seem easy to deal with. Li Batian's burly body stepped on the snow. It seemed as if the ground beneath his feet would tremble with every step he took. When he was about to walk past Dong Wushang, he stopped. He said, "You're Dong Wushang?" Dong Wushang's gaze froze. "So what if I am?" Li Batian snorted coldly. He said, "Li Xiong Tu is my brother." Dong Wushang burst out laughing. "If you can't bear to see him die, I can let the 2 of you fight him together." Li Batian had wanted to cast a shadow over Dong Wushang so that Li Xiong Tu would have an easy chance of winning. However, he didn't expect Dong Wushang to be so fearless and audacious. His pupils shrank and his gaze became dangerous. A mocking voice said, "You just said that it would be a fair fight. Now, you're helping your brother to oppress him. What? You can't hold him back anymore. Are you going to attack him out of anger?" A young girl dressed in white stood behind Dong Wushang and spoke disdainfully. Her voice was crisp and cold. Everyone present heard her. Li Batian snorted and looked deeply at Dong Wushang. He walked forward and said slowly, "What do ignorant women and children know? It's an unfair victory." Dong Wushang was furious. He shouted, "Li Batian, remember this. Sooner or later, Second Master Dong will fight you." Li Batian didn't turn around. He said slowly, "As long as you can live today." As he spoke, he walked to the bottom of the 2 high platforms. Another snow platform rose from the ground. Li Batian shot into the clouds and actually crossed several hundred feet of the high platform. He slowly descended. His lightness technique was truly shocking. However, everyone knew that he was a duke of the upper 3 heavens, but he was being bullied like this in the upper 3 heavens. He was using this shocking leap to vent his frustration. Yi Shiryu and Meng Sei looked at Li Xiong Tu discreetly. Their eyes revealed a murderous intent. They didn't believe what Li Batian said about taking him to the upper three heavens when he reached the emperor level. They only thought, is the Li clan using Li Xiong-tu to get on the good side of the Calamity Sword Master? Then, when the Calamity Sword Master is fully grown, all of us will be in trouble, and the Li clan will benefit. How could there be such a good thing? Damn it! I'll find a chance to kill this suspicious follower of the Master of Calamity's sword first. How could I allow such a threat to exist in this world? Li Batian was also secretly thinking, has this clan brother of mine really gained the favor of the Calamity Sword Master? If that's the case, then the clan's plan has to be changed. After all, getting on the good side of the Calamity Sword Master was the dream of all the great clans. For so many years, no clan had ever succeeded in going against the Calamity Sword Master. There were countless examples, and they were all bloody lessons. How could they not be shocked? However, as long as they couldn't get on the list, they had to struggle even if they knew that they were going to die. They couldn't just wait to be killed, right? However, once there was an opportunity to get on the good side of the Calamity Sword Master, who would let it go? Li Batian looked at Yi Shiryu and Meng Se from the corner of his eyes. He sensed the murderous intent in their eyes and snorted coldly. He thought, with me here, you can dream on if you want to kill him. On the other side, Mo Tianji watched everything coldly. Suddenly he had a thought. He moved closer to Chu Yang's ear and whispered, Li Xiong-tu doesn't have to die. Chu Yang nodded his head slightly. Chapter 689. The two of them looked at each other tacitly, and they could see the smile in each other's eyes. Both sides had finished setting up their tents, but they had a tacit understanding not to start the battle immediately. Everyone knew that no matter what, they had to wait for all the great clans of the upper three heavens to arrive. Only 3 clans had arrived. If the other clans didn't wait for them, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. It was noon. The sun shone on the snow-covered mountain, but it didn't feel warm at all. A beam of white light flashed, and everyone felt their vision blur. 3 purple figures appeared at the entrance of the mountain. One of them was a purple-clothed woman. She had a graceful bearing, and her beauty was unparalleled. Her eyebrows were thin, and her eyes were sharp. Her figure was slender, and she looked like a blooming plum blossom on the snow-covered ground. However, the frost on this woman's face seemed to be heavier and colder than the ice and snow that had existed since ancient times. With a single glance, it was as if it could freeze a person to death. Ling Han Shui from the Ling clan. Other than this sentence that clearly indicated her status, she didn't say anything else. Then she walked straight in. Only when she saw the 2 stone tablets did Ling Han Shui's gaze seem to change. Sister Shui has come personally. Li Batian stood up on the high platform and laughed heartily. Meng Se also stood up straight and said respectfully, "Greetings, Sister Shui." Yi Shiryu also became serious, which was rare for him. He said respectfully, "Sister Shui, you're here." His voice didn't sound pretentious. Instead, it sounded more like he was trying to get on her good side. This situation was like a group of mice meeting a cat. Ling Han Shui looked at them plainly and didn't say anything. When she looked at Yi Shiryu, she frowned slightly. Then she walked past everyone like ice and snow. When she passed by, Chu Yang and the others felt a chill that seeped into their bones. Then she waved her slender hand, and an ice mountain suddenly rose from the ground. Her purple robes fluttered, and she slowly ascended like a purple cloud. When she reached the high platform, she closed her eyes and sat in midair. She didn't speak or move. The 2 purple-clothed elders standing behind her were also like wooden statues. Ling Han Shui ignored Yi Shiryu and Li Batian, but the 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. It was as if the 3 of them were saying, "Don't bother with me. Don't pay attention to me. If you care about me, I'll be in trouble. Just like that, Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. This Ling Han Shui must be from the Ling clan of the upper three heavens. It seemed that Ling Han Shui was very busy. Otherwise, Yi sure you wouldn't be so afraid of Li Batian. Yes. However, the Yi clan was the #1 clan in the upper three heavens. Why was Yi sure you so afraid of Ling Han Shui? The sound of hooves rang out again, and another large group of people and horses rushed up the mountain. This time, the one who came up was still a young man, but the group behind him was much larger than the other big clans. There were more than 50 people. After they came up, more than 40 of them left on their horses and joined the Tian family's group. There were only 3 people left. One of them was a 25-year-old young man, while the other 2 were elders. I'm Shi Qingyu, from the Shi clan of the upper three heavens. I'm here to observe the battle under the orders of my clan, the young man said gently. As for the others, they were invited to help because of personal grievances. However, their actions have nothing to do with the Shi clan. Don't worry, everyone. After he said this, even Ling Han Shui opened her eyes slightly. She looked at him with disdain and snorted. The experts of the upper three heavens were specially invited to help. How could the people of the upper three heavens resist them? To think that you still have the face to say, "Don't worry, everyone." Who could be at ease? Yi sure you laughed like a little hen. Shi Qingyu, why don't you call yourself Qingyu? Call yourself Qingyu Smart, all right? Do you really think that everyone is stupid? Your Shi clan only has this kind of moral integrity. When Yi sure you saw Ling Han Shui, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. When he saw Shi Qingyu, he was like an old cat seeing a mouse. He obviously didn't think highly of the Shi clan. Shi Qingyu wasn't angry. He said, "Do you think that the Yi clan can care about personal grievances?" After he finished speaking, he didn't care about what others said. He walked to the side and ordered 2 elders to build an ice platform. Just as the ice platform was built, Ling Han Shui snorted and raised her hand. With a boom, the huge ice platform suddenly collapsed and broke into pieces. Then she said coldly, "Shi Qingyu, if you sit beside me, I'll kill you." Shi Qingyu's face darkened, but there was nothing he could do. He had to smile and say, "Sister Shui, what are you saying?" Little brother wanted Sister Shui to teach him, but since Sister Shui doesn't agree, then little brother will stay away. After he finished speaking, he swallowed his anger and retreated. He built an ice platform high up in another direction. Chu Yang didn't turn back. He said thoughtfully, "It seems that the Shi clan isn't that scary. At least among the big clans, the Shi clan is the weakest. You should be able to see this." He paused for a moment and said, "You have a good memory. Take a look at these people and decide." Motian nodded. He didn't say anything, but he remembered Chu Yang's words. He knew that he didn't need to speak. He only needed to think. And Chu Yang's words had given him a huge hint. The Shi clan was the weakest. Since they were the weakest, then in the future, if they were to fight, he could use this weakest to make countless moves, because the weak and the strong were natural contradictions. Motian was already thinking about how to use this so-called strong and weak. In an instant, he came up with 7 or 8 brilliant ideas on how to deal with the Shi clan in the future. While thinking, Motian looked for a pen and paper to write down these ideas. This was his habit. No matter what idea he came up with, as long as it wasn't something he could use now, he had to write it down in his own unique words to avoid forgetting. Although, with his memory, the possibility of forgetting was close to 0. He had developed this habit. Furthermore, Motianji's notes couldn't be understood by normal people. Stone 1 divorce, 2 rooms, 3 marriages for tribulations, 5 bullying water. If someone picked up Motianji's notes, they would definitely be tormented until they went crazy. They wouldn't understand what was written in it, Next was the Zhuge clan. Compared to the other clans, the Zhuge clan was very low-key. After greeting the others, they silently chose a spot and stood on it. Next was the Lan clan. It wasn't the young people who came, but a man in his 30s or 40s. He brought 2 expert guards and entered slowly. Next was the Shao clan. It was still a young duke and 2 guards. When the Shao clan arrived, Chu Yang paid special attention. Not for any other reason, but because the Shao clan was Duke Yu's biggest enemy. To see the foundation of a clan, one had to look at the older generation. But to see the future of a clan, one had to look at the younger generation. As for this young master of the Shao clan, his name was Shao Juechen. However, the word Juechen didn't mean anything. Instead, he had a rather gloomy demeanor. Furthermore, with his triangular eyes and bulbous nose, he gave off a rather foolish feeling. But Chu Yang immediately changed his point of view. Although this Shao Juechen didn't look good, and his words gave people a foolish feeling, he was definitely not foolish. Since he was here today, if he was foolish, he wouldn't have come. Then there was only one possibility. This Shao Juechen was a powerful person who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. This point of view was fully approved by Mo Tianji. As for Mo Tianji, he naturally added a thick and heavy brush stroke to the name of the Shao clan. Focus on them. After waiting for a while, the clan of this life arrived late. The sun and moon rise from the east, and the stars sink from the west. How many vicissitudes of life, how much hatred, half life, half soul. Along with a clear voice, a young man in a green robe leisurely appeared. He had a folding fan in his hand. He was still waving it around on this cold mountain peak, but it didn't give people the feeling that it was funny. I am Chun Fei Chin from the Chun clan of the Upper 3 Heavens. You can call me 5th Master Chin. Chun Fei Chen's first words were, I am here to watch the battle, so you don't have to suck up to me and don't have to try to get close to me. To put it bluntly, I really don't care about the battle of the Upper 3 Heavens, but I am just here to relax. The 2 expert guards behind him followed him closely. They watched as he waved his folding fan and talked nonsense, but they didn't stop him. After hearing these words, everyone's face was filled with anger. But this 5th Master Chin obviously didn't care. He waved his folding fan and walked forward casually. It is understandable that you don't want to accept it. I really like that you don't want to accept it. Of course, if anyone dares to stand out and say that in front of me, this 5th Master will really admire him. This person's words could really infuriate the dead to the point of jumping in their coffins. But even the people from the other clans of the Upper 3 Heavens didn't refute this arrogant person. At most, they just snorted coldly. 5th Master Chin, a cold voice said, Don't show your childishness here. If you want to watch the battle, quickly sit down. If you don't want to watch, get lost. It was Ling Han Shui. Among all the people present, only Ling Han Shui dared to face Chun Fei Chin directly. Chun Fei Chin laughed and said, I was wondering who it was. So it is little sister Shui. Since little sister Shui has said so, I will naturally follow your orders and gladly accept it. Ling Han Shui's pretty face was filled with frost. She snorted coldly and ignored him. Chun Fei Chin actually built an ice platform next to Han Shui and sat on it. Ling Han Shui snorted angrily and turned around. Chu Yang's heart trembled. This 5th Master Chin was definitely a scary person. His inner self was definitely not as shallow as what he had shown. And this guy was definitely pursuing Ling Han Shui. And Ling Han Shui was obviously not willing. Was there anything he could use to his advantage? Chu Yang's thoughts flashed. The big clans were finally all here. At this moment, Tian Buhui smiled lightly and said, Everyone is here. Brother Chu, Brother Mo, Brother Dong, Brother Gu. My sword is also not willing to be left out. Chapter 690. When the big clans heard Tian Buhui's words, they all looked as if a good show was about to begin. However, when this sinister voice sounded, their faces all changed. Even Linghan Shui and Chen Fei Chen's faces turned serious. They even felt a little uneasy. Chu Yang was curious. What kind of person could have such power? To be able to silence all the big clans? Following this voice, everyone looked over in shock. At the entrance of the mountain, there were 3 people. The 3 of them were all dressed in hemp robes with wide sleeves and straw sandals. They were dressed very simply, but they had an aura of seclusion. One of them had a scabbard on his left, another had a sword on his right, and the third had a sword on his back. The person in front had white hair and a white beard, and he looked hale and hearty. The second person had white hair, and his body was a little hunched. He was thin, and his face was pale and full of wrinkles. The third person had black hair, and his face was as white as snow. He was tall and looked like he was only 40 years old. At first glance, it looked like 3 generations of Elder Qing had arrived at the same time, and Chu Yang felt that one of them looked very familiar. After thinking carefully, he realized that he had seen him before. He remembered that in the far north wastelands there was someone who was chased away by Buluqing. It was this person. Chu Yang finally knew who these 3 people were, and why the big clans were so afraid of them. They were the law enforcers of the heavens. This was the most mysterious and powerful force in the entire heavens, the law enforcers of the heavens. How can we miss such a grand occasion? The white-haired old man at the front didn't even open his eyes as he slowly said, "We came uninvited. I hope that the people of the ruling family won't take offense." No, you must be joking." Chen Fei Chin smiled and said hurriedly, "It's a pleasant surprise that you are here. Ha ha ha, please take a seat." The white-haired old man ignored him and said, "The big clans have thousands of paths, and all of them lead to the heavens. We have always admired them." The other members of the hegemon clans couldn't keep their faces straight after hearing this. Their faces turned red and white. "There are tens of thousands of paths, and all of them lead to the heavens," was clearly accusing the big clans of ignoring the rules of the heavens and coming down without permission to stir up trouble. Ha ha ha, Lord Enforcer, don't you think that the scenery here is great? Yi Shiyu smiled and threw a flirtatious wink habitually, but as soon as he threw it out, he had a bad feeling about it. The thin, gray-haired old man suddenly raised his head and frowned. His eyes were like lightning as he looked over. Yi Sure you had no time to dodge and met the 2 gazes. Suddenly he let out a muffled groan and his chest heaved up and down. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed, and he almost fell off the high platform. The old man didn't withdraw his gaze and said indifferently, "Is the scenery here very good? Why don't I think so?" Yi Shiyu did not dare to reply. He lowered his head and cleverly concealed the hatred in his eyes. "Today, we are only spectating the battle. Once the battle is over, everyone from the aristocratic families will follow me back to upper 3 heavens." The white-bearded old man said slowly, "If anyone disregards the rules and tries to escape or has other motives, don't blame us for not giving face to the big clans of upper 3 heavens." After these words were said stiffly, the 3 of them strode in without caring about the changes in the faces of the young and old men of the aristocratic families. Then, a high platform of ice and snow was erected. The enforcers of upper 3 heavens are indeed domineering. Chu Yang said in a low voice, "Looks like these guys will definitely be dealt with when they return. The big clans will also have to pay a price to settle this matter." Mo Tianji said, "Looking at the current situation, it seems so." "Then, Tianji, before they leave, is it possible for us to add fuel to the fire of the enforcers of upper 3 heavens?" Chu Yang said thoughtfully. Mo Tianji pondered and said, "It's a little difficult." "Difficult doesn't mean that there's no way." Chu Yang touched his chin and said, For example, the Sher clan of Upper Three Heavens, Mo Tianji's eyes lit up. Today's battle is a grudge of Upper Three Heavens. Therefore, I won't interfere. The white-bearded elder said indifferently, It's just a battle. If you want to fight, you can start now. Tian Buhui's spirits were lifted, and he said, Yes, I will follow your instructions. Then he turned his head and looked at Chu Yang and the others. He said, Brother Chu, Brother Mo, shall we start now? Everyone is here. If you delay any longer, you won't be able to escape the fate of defeat. Who told you that everyone is here? Chu Yang said. Mo Tianji smiled warmly and said, Your people are all here, but not all of our people are here yet. Your people aren't here. Tian Buhui's expression changed, and he said, Other than the people here, what other forces do you have? The words of this Tian clan are like farts. I'm not here yet, and you say that everyone is here? Following a shout, 3 figures rushed up the mountain like shooting stars. Ao Tianxing was overjoyed. He stood up and said, Elder. They were the 3 martial monarchs of the Ao clan. They had come at this critical moment. Mo Tianji's calm expression finally relaxed a little. With the arrival of these 3 martial monarchs, they were even with the number of martial monarchs. The only thing to worry about was the martial monarch of the Sher clan. However, there was nothing they could do about it. They had already done what they could. This battle is not about victory or defeat. It's about life and death. Although Tian Buhui's expression changed slightly, he still felt that he had the advantage in terms of strength. Therefore, he didn't take it to heart. He raised his hands and bowed. Elders, please be our witnesses. The living will be the king. Those who die will be the bones of the dead. The white-bearded elder nodded slightly. As the enforcers of the law, they were the best candidates for the arbitration. The white-bearded elder looked at Chu Yang and the others and said, Does anyone have any objections? Mo Tianji said casually, A battle is about life and death. Why would we be interested in thinking about victory or defeat? Since Tian Buhui and the others want to die, we will fulfill their wishes. The white-bearded elder's eyes focused. After a long while, he said slowly, Good spirit. Tian Buhui's words could be said to be asking for their opinions because the other party didn't agree. They had to go through the judges to ask. But Mo Tianji's words were the final word. The loser could forget about leaving this place alive. Both sides had reached a consensus. Even the martial monarchs could only watch. The white-bearded old man was clearly a little surprised. There were many martial monarch-level experts in both camps, and countless martial emperor-level experts. However, these 2 young youths had taken up the leading and decision-making positions. It could be said that this wasn't strange, especially since both sides were led by such young men. This was even more confusing. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji looked at each other. Chu Yang's eyes were calm, but he could see the anxiety in Mo Tianji's eyes. From the arrangement of both sides, Chu Yang's side would definitely win the battle between martial monarchs and martial monarchs. However, the battle between martial monarchs was hard to predict. As for the battle between martial monarchs, Chu Yang's side couldn't find an opponent who could match up to the other party. Mo Tianji was worried about the final battle between martial monarchs. Chu Yang looked up at the sky. His heart was heavy. Why wasn't Dukyu here yet? At the same time, he was worried. The Shao clan's people would be here if Dukyu came. Would they recognize him? Chu Yang had received a message from Dukyu after the battle that day. Then Dukyu had left. Chu Yang had felt relieved. However, he hadn't expected that Dukyu wouldn't show up until now. If Tan Tan had been stimulated and suddenly awakened, he would have had a chance to win. However, Tan Tan's identity couldn't be kept a secret. Countless experts would have come to deal with him. This included the martial monarchs. Then he would have become the enemy of the entire world. Therefore, Tan Tan couldn't go crazy. Moreover, That thing wasn't under his control. Then there was Chu Yang. If the sword spirit possessed him, Chu Yang sighed. I'm afraid that guy will quit on the spot if I let the sword spirit possess my body again. I've been soaking in the soul-quenching spring every day for such a long time, but I've had very little effect. In fact, the sword spirit would nag every day until he was out of strength, so there was no need to ask him to fight again. Chu Yang frowned and thought silently. Suddenly, a humming sound was heard from the foot of the mountain. Then, this sound reached halfway up the mountain. Then, another humming sound was heard. It seemed as if the air had exploded. Even that white-bearded old man was shocked by this sound. It was because this was a sound that only top-notch experts could understand and experience. The speed was too fast. The friction between the clothes and the air had caused the air to explode. However, the clothes weren't damaged. Therefore, such a sound could be heard. Even a monarch-level expert wouldn't have such a cultivation level, so he wouldn't be able to make such a sound. Everyone looked up at the same time. A figure flashed like a ghost. Everyone had an illusion at the same time. A person was approaching at an extremely fast speed. Then he suddenly stood in front of them. It was a complete shock from the mind to the eyes. A green-robed man's silhouette was quietly standing at the entrance. It was a young man. His face was handsome. He was dressed in a green robe. He looked elegant and carefree. Just by standing there, he already exuded an otherworldly aura. It was as if he didn't care about anything. Although there were thousands of experts in front of him, he didn't seem to care about any of them. However, he didn't look down on them or ignore them, because in his eyes, everyone was like a white cloud. They were like a cool breeze. Then this young man smiled lightly and said, "I'm not late, am I?" His green robe fluttered. He walked forward slowly and said, "It hasn't started yet. Looks like I'm not late." He was actually answering his own question. He was enjoying himself. Looking at his expression, it was as if he was attending a banquet. Everyone had sat down and the dishes had been served. However, no one had touched their chopsticks. He was so relaxed and satisfied. Chu Yang squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Looks like you've come at the right time." The green-robed man wrinkled his nose and revealed a beautiful smile. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I was afraid that you would have killed everyone by the time I arrived. That would be too regretful." Tian Buhui exclaimed, "Duke you?" Chapter 691. Duke Yu raised his eyebrows and said, "Ah, there's actually someone who recognizes me." Chu Yang smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Duke Yu to appear in such an ostentatious manner. He was still thinking about how he would hide his identity and come here. "Duke Yu, is your dark bamboo also participating in the battle of the upper three heavens?" Tian Buhui only felt a bitter taste in his mouth. If the dark bamboo came, there wouldn't even be a need to fight this battle. "The dark bamboo won't participate, but I will." Duke Yu said, "Am I not from the upper three heavens? Do you dare to say that I can't participate?" Tian Buhui opened his eyes wide. Then he sighed and said, "It's great that Brother Yu is participating in this competition. How can I dare to say no? Since you don't dare to say it, then why don't you shut up?" Duke Yu looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "Are you farting with your mouth open? You're talking to me like this. Do you think I like you? Do you believe that I can beat your face into a pulp?" He didn't expect the other party to be one of the top experts in the upper three heavens to say such a thing. Tian Buhui's face instantly twisted. It turned red and purple. "Brother Yu." Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's not that my temper isn't good. The key is that this guy needs to be taught a lesson." Duke Yu said casually and politely, "Look at his unlucky face. He probably thinks that I'm here to help them. If I don't teach him a lesson, it'll be difficult to deal with him once he comes over. My biggest weakness is that I'm too easy to talk to." Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Who would dare to talk to a temperamental person like you? They definitely wouldn't dare to make things difficult for you. You're too easy to talk to? When Chu Yang heard this, he only felt that his internal organs were cramping. Yes, you're too easy to talk to. So easy to talk to that no one dares to talk to you. Clearly, Duke Yu's high-profile appearance today wasn't purely for this matter, because in the next moment he shouted, "Which Shao clan of the upper three heavens is here?" On the stage, the bumpkin Shao Juechen gave a simple and honest laugh. "I'm from the Shao family, but I wonder what business do you have with our Shao family?" "I say, why do all of you bastards have the ability to open your mouths and fart? The two people beside you had once participated in the siege of Old Man. Now he actually dared to lie through his teeth? Do you really not recognize me?" Duke Yu raised his eyebrows and said unhappily. Beside Shao Juechen, an elder stood up and laughed coldly. "Back then, you were a pervert at the bottom of the sword, yet you still dare to stir up trouble today. Go back and tell your clan head that after today's battle, I will kill my way to the upper three heavens and look for your Shao clan." Duke Yu turned his head after he finished speaking. He didn't care about what they were saying anymore. He walked to Chu Yang's side and sat down. Then he said, "Why haven't you started? Didn't they come here to kill people? Even if everyone is glaring at him, he won't die." Chu Yang was rendered speechless by him. Mo Tian-ji finally relaxed. He calmed down and arranged for the battle. Then, Mo Tian-ji and Tian Buhui made some adjustments to the battle formation. Since the enforcers were going to be the arbiters, how could they not know? Even Chu Yang broke out in cold sweat when he saw the rules of the battle that were finally set. This was a crazy battle. It would only end when the other party was completely annihilated or had no power to retaliate. There were a total of 11 battles in this battle. 1 martial saint battle, 2 martial monarchs, 3 martial emperors, and 4 martial kings. To explain, martial emperors definitely couldn't appear in a battle between martial kings. Martial monarchs and martial saints definitely couldn't appear in a battle between martial emperors. No matter how many martial emperors you had, they would be divided into 3 teams. The team leaders had to be martial kings too. The 3 teams would fight 1 battle each. Then the survivors from both sides would gather for the final battle. One side had to be completely annihilated. The martial emperors would be divided into 2 teams. Each team would take 1 battle and the survivors would fight to the death. There would only be 1 martial monarch team. There would be a battle royale and a final battle. The martial saints would fight to determine the winner. In the end, all the survivors would participate in the battle royale regardless of their level. The losing side would be thrown into the lake of despair. The winning side would be able to leave the mountain and take over all the forces of the other side. Naturally, before the battle started, if both sides were interested in a one-on-one battle, they could issue a challenge beforehand. They would fight to the death and settle old grudges. All in all the rules pointed to the cruelest point: live or die. This was the rule of the final battle. It was the rule of the final battle at the Lake of Despair. Everyone would be treated the same. The white-bearded elder stood up and read the rules out loud. His voice was deafening and reverberated in the air for a long time. Below there was complete silence. There were close to 3,000 people. They represented the top forces of the 3 heavens. However, no one said a word. Die, 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 die. There were 3,000 people present. At least 2,000 or even 2,500 would be thrown into the lake. Was he one of them? Who dared to say that his body wouldn't be thrown into the lake? Even martial monarchs and martial saints wouldn't dare to say this. A tragic atmosphere arose spontaneously. Everyone's breathing became heavy, and their eyes were bloodshot. In the silence, Dong Wushang suddenly shouted. He stepped out from the crowd and walked to the center. He pointed his black saber and shouted, "Li Xiong too! Come out and accept your death." Before the battle, Dong Wushang wanted to fight one-on-one. It was obvious that he didn't want to take advantage of Li Xiong. Tuesday Dong Wushang was tall and sturdy. With his saber in hand, he looked like an army of thousands of horses, profound and pure, towering like a mountain. The sharpness of the blade is unparalleled. The expression of the white-robed elder at the top froze. The way he looked at Dong Wushang changed slightly. However, the skinny old man beside him spoke the words that were in his heart. What a bold spirit! I didn't expect such a person to appear in the three heavens. Dong Wushang. Li Batian's eyes were filled with worry. He looked at Dong Wushang and suddenly sighed. It's a pity that such a person was born in the three heavens. With a loud and explosive roar, Li Xiong too flew out. His burly body landed on the snowy ground with a loud boom. White snow flew out in all directions as he laughed loudly. Dong Wushang, even if you don't mention it, I will. If we don't fight, I won't die in peace. Dong Wushang laughed. That's exactly what I was thinking. Li Xiong too, watch my saber. With a loud shout, his black saber shot into the air. Suddenly, a black galaxy formed from saber light appeared. In this world of ice and snow, it was even more eye-catching. Dong Wushang seemed to be rushing forward with his bare hands. However, the galaxy of saber light followed his body and surged forward. Even the saber and the person, including the entire mass of air, seemed to have transformed into a moving saber mountain. It rushed faster and faster, and its momentum became greater and greater. In the end, the saber light filled the sky. In this battle of life and death, Dong Wushang's fighting spirit, as if he had met his match, allowed him to unleash a saber attack that he had never unleashed before. This saber attack was the peak of Dong Wushang's power in the past. However, this peak saber attack became the opening statement of today's battle. On the high platform, the great aristocratic families and enforcers couldn't help but widen their eyes. Chen Fei-Chun exclaimed in disbelief, "Saber Emperor?" This low exclamation of surprise was the thought of all the spectators from the great clans. Before Dong Wushang made his move, everyone only felt that this youth was extraordinary. However, he was just extraordinary. After all, Dong Wushang's cultivation was nothing in their eyes. With their clan's power and resources, it wasn't difficult for them to forcefully raise a 14 to 15-year-old youth to the level of an emperor. In fact, it wasn't even difficult for an emperor to surpass the 5th stage. However, with Dong Wushang's weak cultivation, his saber attack was able to draw the power of heaven and earth. He was able to make heaven and earth tremble and fight. This was a cultivation that only a saber emperor could have. An emperor wasn't scary. However, once a weapon was added to an emperor, it would become 1 in 10,000. Furthermore, that was referring to the spear emperor and the whip emperor. However, this was a saber emperor, the second emperor in the entire heavens, second only to the sword emperor. However, the sword was the emperor, not the emperor. Therefore, a saber emperor was the number 1 emperor in the heavens. Such a saber emperor couldn't be lacking in either of these aspects. How can an ordinary emperor-level expert, who can reach such a level purely through the improvement of his martial power, compare with him? Even in the upper 3 heavens, there weren't many people like him. However, there wasn't a single one as young as Dong Wushang. Everyone's heart trembled 3 times. Today they really saw a treasure. Li Xiong too roared. His body, which was already extremely muscular, seemed to have swelled up again. With a sound of waves, an indescribably wide broadsword suddenly appeared in his hand. This sword was 2 feet wide, 1 foot long, and 1 foot thick. Looking at its weight, it was definitely not inferior to Dong Wushang's saber. Li Xiong too's eyes widened. His body spun, and a mountain of swords spun towards Dong Wushang's myriad saber storm. A sharp sound suddenly rang out from Li Xiong too's body. The blade of the sword cut through the air, and actually turned the 30 feet around Li Xiongtu into a gloomy green color. However, with this move, the big clans and law enforcement officers on the high platform couldn't help but sigh in unison. Both of these young men were heavenly geniuses. No matter which one of them died today, it would be a great loss. Although Li Xiongtu's sword hadn't reached the level of a sword emperor, it was so heavy that it wouldn't be inferior to a real sword emperor. The fighting style of these two people was bold, and they didn't care about their own safety. They were majestic and explosive. Looking at the fight between these two people, everyone instantly understood one thing. This was a fight between men. Just one look at it would make one's blood boil. Only a battle like this was worthy of the word man. Dong Wushang and Li Xiongtu roared at the same time. Then the mountain of swords and mountain of swords collided fiercely. Boom, boom. An almost unimaginable force suddenly burst out in all directions. Dong Wushang and Li Xiongtu didn't move at all, but blood spurted out of their 7 orifices. Under their feet, the ground that was harder than star iron couldn't be damaged by divine weapons. However, with a few cracking sounds, a few wide cracks actually appeared. Chapter 692. Violent air currents shot out crazily. They rushed in all directions. If not for the fact that they had used their cultivation to protect the ice and snow platforms built by the big clans, the impact at this moment would have caused all of them to collapse. The big clans, who were originally disdainful of this battle, revealed serious expressions at the same time as they watched this battle attentively. This was a battle between real men. Good. Dong Wushang looked up to the sky and roared fiercely. His head of black hair broke free with a bang and danced wildly in the wind and snow. His 2 legs were firmly nailed to the ground, and he stood there motionlessly like a mountain. Awesome! Li Xiongtu roared. The muscles all over his body tightened, and his eyes shone with an even stronger battle intent than before. The stronger the enemy, the more excited I am. Dong Wushang and Li Xiongtu were both such people. The 2 of them didn't allow the other to rest, nor did they allow themselves to rest. They raised their black sabers and broadswords at the same time and smashed them together fiercely again. The sparks that flew up were almost able to burn. Immediately after, the sound of banging and banging could be heard. Every time they collided, there would be a column of snow that shot up into the sky. First, Dong Wushang slashed 10 times consecutively like a storm. Li Xiongtu took a step back and slashed again and again. The battle circle quickly shifted towards Li Xiongtu's side. Then Li Xiongtu roared and slashed back 10 times with his broadsword. Dong Wushang took each slash and took a step back. He also took 10 steps back consecutively. The extremely violent sounds of collisions almost deafened the ears of the spectators. Suddenly, the 2 of them stopped at the same time. Then one leaned on his saber, and the other leaned on his sword. The 2 of them were 50 feet apart, panting violently. Then they suddenly burst into laughter at the same time. It was too satisfying. Such a battle made the 2 of them covered in blood. They were all burning up, although their arms were already sore, and the web between their thumb and forefinger had already burst open. Blood was still flowing from their 7 orifices, but their battle intent didn't decrease at all. Instead, it burned even more fiercely. Chu Yang frowned as he watched this battle. He felt his blood boiling and burning, and his hands involuntarily clenched. Suddenly, a fragrant wind came from beside him. He turned around. Mo lay. Er's face was full of anxiety. She looked at Dong Wushang in the arena, her eyes full of pain and worry. Don't worry. Wushang will win for sure. Chu Yang said with certainty, I have confidence in him. You have to have more confidence. Mo lay and nodded her head vigorously. However, she bit her lips until they bled. Again, Dong Wushang roared. Again, Li Xiongtu laughed maniacally. Saber comes heartless. Dong Wushang laughed wildly. Then he rose from the ground with his dark saber. He suddenly rose to a height of 70 feet. Then he turned into a black meteor. Suddenly it fell. It became a whirlwind. Stupa of the sword. Li Xiong-tu roared. His body circled around the ground, and suddenly a pagoda of sword light formed by countless sword tips appeared. It surged up layer by layer and quickly reached the 7th layer. Then it suddenly spun up and flew out of the ground to meet the thunderous saber in the air. Merciless heaven! Saber and sword beams shot out one after another. The sound of saber and sword clashing against each other resounded for a while. Then a black silhouette let out a long and violent howl. It bounced into the air. Another burly figure staggered back on the ground. The one who bounced into the air was Dong Wushang. This time, he bounced back a full 30 to 40 feet high. His tall and majestic figure seemed to cover the entire sky at this moment. Saber breaks heartless. Dong Wushang flipped in midair. A thick saber light shot out from his dark saber, and Dong Wushang swooped down again with this saber. Ah! Li Xiong-tu roared. The same pagoda of sword light once again appeared in layers. There was a loud boom. Li Xiong-tu somersaulted 70 feet away. His hair was disheveled, and he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. However, his legs were still firmly on the ground, and his hands were holding his sword steadily. Dong Wushang flew up again and let out another long howl. He spat out the turbid air in his chest, and his eyes were bloodshot. That was the unbearable burden caused by the continuous tremors. However, his eyes were still radiating fanaticism. He swooped down again. Saber breaks heartless. Dong Wushang had obviously entered a state of excitement. His long saber was boiling in the air like a living thing, and 7 saber lights shot out at the same time. Sword breaks vast sea. Li Xiong-tu's eyes flashed with joy that no one else could understand. He roared, "I, Li Xiong-tu, have only wished for this battle in my entire life. Delightful, delightful." The 2 figures crossed each other, and each ran for 40 feet on the snowy ground. Finally they stood still. The distance between them was close to 1,000 feet. Let's decide the victor with one saber. Li Xiong-tu. Dong Wushang smiled disdainfully and roared while stroking his saber. As he spoke, his long hair fluttered in the air as if it had a life of its own. He was like a god, and his lofty sentiments were unparalleled. Life and death with one saber. Dong Wushang. Li Xiong-tu's eyes flashed with unconcealable respect. "If I kill you, I will definitely keep your dark saber and make it a treasure that will never leave my side. I will drink with the saber at dawn and dusk. I will drink with the saber every spring and autumn. Even if the netherworld is far away, I will drink with you every day." Dong Wushang laughed wildly and said in a low voice, "But you are destined to be disappointed." "You are wrong. You practice the heartless saber path, but the heartless saber can't kill me." Li Xiong-tu said sincerely, "So today, you will definitely die under my saber." Dong Wushang's saber comes from the heartless heavens. Saber breaks the heartless heavens, and saber breaks the heartless heavens. These 3 moves had already made Li Xiong-tu conclude that Dong Wushang practiced the heartless saber technique. But the vast sea sword technique that he practiced was the nemesis of the heartless saber technique. Dong Wushang laughed. "Watch my saber." Suddenly he started to charge. Li Xiong-tu laughed. His sword flicked into his hand, and he started to charge toward the opponent. This move would decide life and death. This was the tacit understanding between the 2, and also the respect for the opponent. "Saber comes from the heartless heavens," Dong Wushang shouted, and his mind suddenly entered a state of emptiness. He smiled and said, "Heartless saber technique? Li Xiong-tu, watch this move of mine. It is heartless but sentimental. This saber came from the heartless heavens. So Dong Wushang named it. Saber comes from the heartless heavens. Li Xiong too was unmoved. He laughed and said, "Come on." The two figures, with saber light like a mountain and sword light like an ocean, collided like a whirlwind. There was a loud explosion. Ice shards and snow smoke rose up violently, blocking everyone's vision. It didn't fall for a long time. "It's over." Ling Han Shui, who was on the high platform, sighed regretfully. "It's over." The white-bearded enforcer sighed softly and said in a low voice, "It's a pity." Li Batian looked down anxiously. His face was full of hope. "Li Xiong too, please don't die." "It's over." Chu Yang said softly. "How is it?" Mo Lei asked anxiously. "How is Dong Wushang?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "Actually, you should be asking me how is my husband?" "Yes." Mo Lei spat. Her face turned red, but she relaxed immediately. She knew that if Dong Wushang was defeated and killed, Chu Yang wouldn't be so relaxed. Since Chu Yang was joking with her, Dong Wushang must have won. If it were an ordinary woman, she might have cheered and encouraged her man when he was fighting with all his might. But Mo Lei didn't. She also wanted to, but she restrained herself with all her might. She knew that if she opened her mouth, it would be a great insult to the two men present. A battle between real men didn't need any cheers. They didn't need any encouragement. Even if it was to boost morale, it would make the winner feel like he had an unfair advantage. Mo Lei could only let her heart curl up in worry, but she didn't want to make a sound. For her man's pride. Although Chu Yang said this, he wasn't confident in his heart. Such an intense battle, even the enforcer's cultivation. They didn't see who won and who lost. How could Chu Yang tell? But Chu Yang had absolute confidence in Dong Wushang. He would definitely win. He didn't need a reason. Li Xiong Tuesday, Chu Yang didn't deny that he was a hero, but he still believed that Dong Wushang would win. Everyone, including Gu Duxing, Luo Kudi, GMO, and the others, looked very confident. He won, although they couldn't see it. But he won. This was for sure. Ah! Before the dust settled, a sorrowful cry rang out. It was a cry that anyone who heard it couldn't bear to hear. With this call, Li Chia's heart sank. It could be said that it was extremely tragic. Mo Lei's delicate body trembled, and she was on the verge of collapsing. Tears flowed out quickly, and her face was full of despair. This was Li Xiong-tu's voice. It was a battle of life and death. Li Xiong-tu could make a sound, so he didn't die. Then, wasn't Dong Wushang the one who died? Why? Why? Li Xiong-tu screamed. His voice was so miserable that it made one's soul tremble. The snow and smoke finally dissipated. The arena was 100 feet apart. One was standing and the other was sitting. The one standing was Dong Wushang, and the one sitting was Li Xiong-tu. Both of them didn't die. The broadsword in Li Xiong-tu's hand had already turned into pieces of broken metal and turned into nothingness. The dark saber in Dong Wushang's hand couldn't be called a saber anymore. It should be called a saw. The one who screamed was Li Xiong-tu's. Blood flowed out from almost 7 to 8 places, but he didn't die. Dong Wushang didn't die either. Why? Why? Li Xiong-tu's legs had already been broken by Dong Wushang. He sat on the ground and screamed, "I lost. But why didn't you kill me? Why didn't you kill me? Dong Wushang, this was a battle of life and death. Why didn't you kill me?" Dong Wushang was expressionless. He slowly sheathed his dark saber and said, "Brotherly, I said that the last saber strike would determine victory and defeat, not a battle of life and death. You were the one who said it. Are you looking down on me?" Li Xiong-tu looked at him angrily. "Are you looking down on me?" Dong Wushang frowned. He was a little embarrassed. "Brotherly, after this battle, don't you understand? Between us, what is there to look down on? We are the same kind of people. Since you think highly of me, then kill me. Then kill me." When Li Xiong too heard this, a look of glory appeared on his face. He shouted, "Quick! Kill me!" Dong Wushang sighed. He didn't answer and turned to leave. There were also 7 to 8 places on his back and chest that were bleeding, but he didn't seem to notice. Ah! Li Xiong too let out a loud roar. He slapped the ground with his hands and used the last of his strength to fly up. He quickly caught up with Dong Wushang and fiercely fell in front of him. He roared, "Dong Wushang, if you think highly of me, if you think of me as your opponent, then pull out your saber and kill me. Kill me." He looked up to the sky and shouted, "I, Li Xiong too, am a great man. How can I live like a coward?" Chapter 693. Dukyu smiled and said, "If that's the case, the Li clan will be dragged into a ditch by you all. However, it would be great if the same method was used on the Shao clan. Seeing those fellows foolishly running around in circles, I feel so much better." Mo Tianji said in shock, "But the Shao clan has nothing to do with this." Dukyu squinted and said, "It's not like I'm asking you to wither away now. You'll have to do it in the future. As long as there's a chance, you'll have to do it. If there's no chance, you'll have to create one." Chu Yang and Mo Tianji looked at each other and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, Chu Yang was moved. Mo Tianji's plan was ingenious. But the most ingenious thing was the person he used at the end. Dukyu. Also, in the entire 3 heavens, only 2 people knew that he was the master of the Calamity Sword. They were Mo Tianji and Dukyu. And Mo Tianji just happened to look for Dukyu. How did Mo Tianji know that Dukyu knew that he was the master of the Calamity Sword? After arranging this, Mo Tianji said, "Brother Chu, next is the king-level battle royale. How about you take command and participate in the battle?" Chu Yang nodded slowly and said, "Okay." The king-level battle royale was the battle with the highest chance of victory. Among the brothers, Gu Duxing and GMO had already rushed into the emperor level. Chu Yang should have rushed into the emperor level long ago, but because of the restriction of the 4th fragment of the Calamity Sword, he couldn't enter, so he stayed at the king level. In addition, GMO, Luo Kudi, Rue Butong, Xiadan Qiong, Ao Xiayin, and Tan Tan were all at the peak of the king level. They were only 1 step away from the emperor level. It could be said that this was the battle that the brothers gathered the most. Chu Yang was the best person to be the commander. Although Mo Tianji deliberately wanted to protect Chu Yang was indeed the one that everyone wanted. Moreover, the biggest benefit of this arrangement was that the big clans would speculate about the master of Tribulation Sword. Who would have thought that the master of Tribulation Sword, who would have thought that the world-famous master of Tribulation Sword would mingle with a group of king-level masters and participate in the battle royale? No matter what, he should be used as the finale, right? Be careful, Mo Tianji said. "I'll go check on Wushang first." Chu Yang nodded and walked into the tent. At this time, the wounds on Dong Wushang's body must have been bandaged. After taking the heavy pill, there shouldn't be any more problems. During this time, Mo Tianji had collected all the elixirs that the great clans had brought with them. In name, it was a unified management. However, all the high-end medicinal ingredients had been taken away by Mo Tianji. All the great clans knew that this battle was a matter of life and death. Wan Si's injury was a matter of life and death. Therefore, almost all of them brought out the best treasures from their clans. The quality of this batch of medicinal herbs could be said to be extremely high-end. It didn't take much effort for him to obtain a lot of incomplete, heavy pills. Just as he was about to enter, he heard an argument coming from inside. "You, don't move. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Why did you take off my clothes? If you don't take off your clothes and report, How do you apply the medicine? But can't you find someone else? For example, men? I don't trust anyone else. I'm even more worried about men who are careless. But with you here, I'm worried about Chuan. What are you worried about? I'm a girl, and I'm not afraid. It's because you're a girl that I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? You. Don't come over. Be good, don't move. Don't come over. If you come over, I'll scream. Scream? Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will care about you. I'm so angry. Someone come. Dong Wushang started to yell. Chu Yang held his stomach and squatted at the door. His whole body was convulsing. Looking through the half-open door, he saw Dong Wushang holding his belt tightly with one hand and his clothes with the other. He looked very nervous. Mo was holding medicine on his shoulder with one hand and trying to take off his clothes with the other. Seeing Chu Yang enter in such a messy and twisted state, Dong Wushang immediately looked as if he had seen his savior. Boss, save me. With a puff, Chu Yang choked and coughed repeatedly. After coughing for a while, he said, Let me do it. He went forward and took off Dong Wushang's clothes. Dong Wushang screamed, You go out first. However, Chu Yang said, Quick, do it. Mo giggled and bandaged Dong Wushang's wounds. She wrapped bandages on him one by one. Dong Wushang's eyes were dull and his whole body was stiff. He didn't move at all. Occasionally, when Mo's warm fingers touched his skin, he actually trembled a little. Chu Yang found it funny. He didn't expect that Dong Wushang, a man who was bold and domineering, would be so conservative and shy when it came to relationships. He was even worse than a virgin. He was even more concerned than a virgin. After quickly bandaging his wounds, Chu Yang took out an incomplete version of the heavy pill and stuffed it into Dong Wushang's mouth. He held back his laughter and said, It's okay now. Then he slipped away. He didn't care that Dong Wushang's face was already red. First, he bandaged Dong Wushang's external wounds so that others could see that his injuries were very serious. As for his internal injuries, who would be able to tell? Then, they would definitely not suspect the tribulation Swordmaster. Now that the big clans and law enforcement officers were here, Chu Yang didn't dare to be careless at all. At first, Mo thought it was funny. As a man, why were you so shy? But slowly her heart trembled. As she looked at Dong Wushang, she felt even more emotional. She felt more and more how valuable this man was. When facing enemies, he was wild and domineering. But when it came to relationships, he was delicate and restrained. He was even extremely conservative. No wonder when I said those words on purpose, his reaction was so intense. So he was really Wushang. Mo looked at Dong Wushang in a daze and pursed her lips. What's wrong? Dong Wushang hurriedly put on his clothes and asked with a red face. You're really good. As expected, Dong Wushang let out a cry and his face turned red again. On the other side, Tian Bu Hui was discussing with the Black Devil. Elder, where's Brother Black? I haven't seen him for a while. Where did he go? The Black Devil said coldly, He's naturally hiding in the dark. Don't tell me you think that we Black Devils always fight head-on when we assassinate? Tian Bu Hui sighed and said, What a pity. I wanted him to lead the martial kings in this battle. With his methods, he'll definitely win this battle. The Black Devil stared at him and said eerily, You want him to die, right? Tian Bu Hui said calmly, Since it's a battle, how can there be no casualties? But we'll definitely not lose this battle. The Black Devil snorted. He's already found a good position and is ready to strike. Now you can make your own arrangements. The Black Devil clan will only cooperate. Tian Bu Hui smiled and agreed. Then he retreated. He thought to himself, If I don't destroy the entire Black Devil clan here, I'm not worthy of being called the Heavens. The battle has officially begun. The white-bearded old law enforcement officer gave the order and sighed. He could tell that the clans of the three heavens had already used all their trump cards in today's battle. It could be said that all the elites were gathered here. With his status, it was a waste for him to preside over such a battle. However, when he saw the few young martial kings, he couldn't bear to do it. What a pity! These few young martial kings weren't even 20 years old. They had a bright future ahead of them. The first battle, martial kings. Following these words, a long howl could be heard from the other side. "Awoo! It's finally my turn!" Luo Kadi laughed. He was actually very excited. GMO also wanted to howl to vent his excitement. However, just as he howled, Huyen Aobo pulled his ear. The howl turned into a moan. "Awoo!" Huyen Aobo didn't retreat. Instead, she took a step forward and stood beside GMO. She was only half a shoulder behind him. This was a position that only couples could have. "I'll fight with you. In life, I'll be with you. In death, I'll be with you." She didn't say anything. However, by taking this step, she was announcing to the world that they were husband and wife. They would live and die together. As a woman, she didn't need to participate in the battle. She only needed to wait. However, she stood up. Jimo's face was filled with blood. His heart palpitated. His eyes shone brightly. He quietly reached out and held Huyen Aobo's hand. He squeezed it gently and didn't let go. The two of them stood together. At the same time, they felt that no one in this world could separate them. Rue Batong and Tan Tan looked at each other and smiled. Then they stepped forward calmly. "And me?" Xie Dan Feng squeezed out and stood beside Tan Tan. "Go back." Tan Tan said angrily, "I'm not going back." Xie Dan Feng looked at him stubbornly. Their eyes met. They didn't give in to each other. "This is how it is to follow you." Xie Dan Feng bit her lip. "If I live, I will experience more pain and struggle than what I am experiencing now. I know all that. However, I still want to follow you. If we die in this battle, you and I will avoid the pain of having to make a choice in the future. But if we survive this battle, I will carve myself into your heart, so that you won't become you. Forget." Xie Dan Feng said in a daze, I like how you protect me. I want to experience it again." She paused. Then, she suddenly shouted with all her strength. Her sharp voice almost pierced through the clouds and shook the clouds above the snowy peak. "Tan Tan, if I, Xie Dan Feng, can survive this battle, I will marry you and be your wife. I will give birth to your children. I will wash your clothes and cook for you. I will do anything for you." She finally shouted again, "For you. I will do anything for you." This stubborn and beautiful girl faced thousands of people from both sides. She faced the spectators from the dominating clans. She faced the law enforcers. She faced the vast sea of clouds and the eternal sky. Abandoning all modesty, he shouted loudly. She exposed her best wishes, her most desired things, her most solemn promises, and her most precious girl's heart in front of thousands of people without any scruples. Her eyes flashed. She wasn't shy at all, only bravery. "If you live, I will accompany you. If you die, I will accompany you. If you struggle, I will accompany you. No matter what you do, I will accompany you. I will engrave myself in your heart. I will say that I love you in the face of everything. This is my love. Even if the demon king awakens in your body, even if the heavenly emperor is reborn in your body, even if you won't be you in the future, don't even think about forgetting me." Tan Tan's eyes suddenly turned red. Chapter 694. The entire place was silent. This was a crazy confession to this bold girl. In this world where men and women were forbidden from doing so, this was undoubtedly shocking, deviating from the norm. But now no one, including Tian Buhui's side, had the slightest intention of criticizing or mocking him. After a long while, thousands of people suddenly shouted, "Good!" Instantly, everyone was excited. "Girl, we support you." Countless people shouted loudly. On the ice platform of the Ling clan, Ling Han Shui looked down at Xie Danfeng and suddenly felt a wave of envy and admiration. She really admired her for being able to confess her feelings so bravely in front of so many people. As a girl, Ling Han Shui knew how much courage this required. If he really said that, then he would be cutting off all his escape routes for the rest of his life. There was only this path in front of her. Looking at Xie Danfeng, Ling Han Shui sighed secretly and thought, if only I could be as courageous as her back then. Yishu narrowed his eyes and looked down. No one knew what he was thinking, but Meng Se sighed deeply. Such a chaste girl, she's really a rare beauty. She dares to love and hate. Wouldn't it be a pity if she dies? He secretly asked himself, if the situation is urgent, would I dare to risk the anger of the law enforcement officers and be her protector again? The more he thought about it, the more hesitant he became. He couldn't help but sigh. Just this hesitation of mine is far inferior to this girl. Down below, all the king-level experts spontaneously walked out from their respective camps and lined up behind GMO and the others. No one said a word. Ao Sheun and Xie Danqiong stepped forward and stood side by side with GMO, Luo Kudi, Rui Budong, and Tan Tan. All the sovereigns spontaneously gathered behind them. Everyone's eyes were calm and their breathing was slightly heavy. But standing behind these few martial kings, they seemed to have calmed down. The same process was going on the opposite side. Chu Yang was dressed in black. He didn't say a word and walked forward with his back straight. His footsteps were steady and his face was calm. Everywhere he passed, the crowd automatically opened up a path for him. They all felt that they had won this battle. Chu Yang walked step by step to the outside. He took a light step and stood out from the rest of the team. He turned around and looked at his own team. He raised his eyebrows and looked at everyone's faces. He quietly looked at them. Whoever his gaze landed on would feel a surge of hot blood. Chu Yang revealed a calm smile at the corners of his mouth. He slowly said, "The first battle will be ours. We have already gathered together. Listen, the other side is still urging us." The corners of his mouth turned back and he revealed a disdainful sneer. Immediately, his nervousness disappeared and he burst into laughter. "Damn, they are urging us again?" Chu Yang's back was facing the other side. As he listened to Tian Buhui's shouts, he smiled faintly and said, "Look at those people. They've made our Grand Duke Tian so worried. Tisk, haha." The laughter became louder and louder. Fighting with such an enemy. I really feel that I have an unfair advantage. Chu Yang stretched out his hand and pointed behind him. Then he said, "Look, are they our opponents?" No. More than 100 people shouted angrily at the same time. Following these few words and seeing the messy formation of the other side, everyone was full of confidence at this moment. Then, how long do we need to throw these guys into the lake of despair? Chu Yang looked at them with disdain. Suddenly, he raised his voice and shouted, 2 hours! Can we turn them into corpses and throw them into the lake of despair? He didn't even ask if they were confident. Could they win? Instead, he directly asked how long it would take to end the battle. This gave everyone a feeling. Is there a need to ask the result of this battle? We will definitely win. How can we use 2 hours? 1 hour is enough. One of the middle-grade king-level experts burst into loud laughter. Everyone laughed and said proudly, "Yes, how can we take so long to deal with them?" "Good." Chu Yang cheered. Then he frowned and said, "But I feel that with so few people, we still have to fight 4 rounds with them. Is there a need to go through so much trouble? It's too troublesome. 1 round is enough." "Is it? If it's just 1 round, the time is very tight." Chu Yang revealed a very fake worried look. He frowned and said, "What if?" "There's no what if. 1 round, 1 round, 1 round. Let's settle them in 1 round. Everyone started to clamor. Good, Chu Yang shouted. He suddenly turned around and clasped his hands together. His eyes were like lightning, and his voice was sonorous. Law enforcement officer, my brothers, and I all agree that it's too troublesome for us to fight 4 rounds with only 1,000 people. Hence, on behalf of the 100 of us, I would like to request that we decide the outcome of the battle in 1 round. Decide the outcome of the battle in 1 round? The white-bearded enforcer frowned. That's right. Just 1 round is enough to chop these guys into meat paste. Chu Yang said loudly. Then he turned around and asked, Brothers, don't you think so? Yes. Everyone shouted at the top of their lungs. Everyone used all their strength, and their veins almost popped out. The white-bearded enforcer said, Since that's the case, I need to ask for their opinion. Actually, there was no need to ask for their opinion. Since Chu Yang had proposed it, how could Tian Buhui back down? If he didn't agree to it, his side's morale would be greatly affected. Hence, Tian Buhui had to agree to it, even if he didn't wanna. Furthermore, even if he agreed to it, he would still be 1 step too late. We agree. 1 round to decide the outcome of the battle. Tian Buhui gritted his teeth and said fiercely. He was too indignant. He didn't expect Chu Yang to do this. Look, we want to decide the outcome of the battle in 1 round. Look at how angry Tian Bu is. He can't even speak properly. Haha, his face is red. Look at me. Why are you looking at me? Why are you staring at me? Tian Buhui, you're not convinced? If you're not convinced, come up. Do you think you can kill me by staring at me? Chu Yang mocked Tian Buhui mercilessly. Every time he said a sentence, his team would burst into laughter. The laughter became louder and louder, and their emotions became more and more agitated. Tian Buhui, come up. Come up and die. Ha ha ha. More than 100 people laughed at the same time. In front of 2 armies, they were openly mocking the other side's leader. This kind of pleasure was unparalleled. Why would Tian Buhui come up? He was the leader. His position was equivalent to Mo Tianji's. The battle of the entire team was under his command. If he came up, he would be an idiot. Bullshit. Tian Buhui said angrily. Why don't you ask Mo Tianji to come up as well? Chu Yang shouted. If you don't dare to come up, then so be it. Why are you dragging Mo Tianji into this? Tian Buhui, do you have any shame? Tian Buhui, do you have any shame? GMO and Luo Kudi shouted at the same time. More than 100 people followed suit. It was as lively as the New Year. In the eyes of outsiders, who would have thought that this was before the decisive battle? They would definitely think that this was a celebration. Tian Buhui doesn't dare to come up. Chu Yang laughed, such a coward. Coward! Bastard! GMO shouted, Awah, dog ant! Everyone follow me and shout. Tian Buhui! Coward! GMO shouted loudly. Tian Buhui! Coward! The 1,000 people echoed. Tian Buhui! You good for nothing! GMO once again shouted in high spirits. Tian Buhui! Coward! The 1,000 people once again followed in high spirits. Damn, it rhymes so well. GMO laughed. It seems like Tian Buhui is born to be scolded. Ha 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 ha, Tian Buhui! GMO shouted. Coward! 1,000 people shouted. Tian Buhui! GMO shouted again. Coward! They called out again. Tian Buhui! GMO danced with joy. Bastard! The 1,000 people shouted with all their might. Ha ha ha! Ow, 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 ow! Chu Yang's aura had already reached its peak. However, Tian Buhui's aura was extremely weak. This was especially so when Tian Buhui organized a scolding and wanted to retaliate. However, more than 100 martial kings of the Black Devils remained silent and did not make a sound. Tian Buhui was furious. He rushed in front of the Black Devils and said angrily, Are all of you mute? The black devils were furious. "You are unreasonable. Have you ever seen an assassin roaring before battle? Tian Buhui, do you know what you are doing?" Tian Buhui had been angered by Chu Yang and had been rebuffed by the black devils. However, he could not voice out his grievances. He was so angry that he was about to explode. Beside him, the clan leader of the Li clan hurriedly tried to calm Tian Buhui down. The black devils did not give up. They glared at him as if they wanted to eat him up. Furthermore, Tian Buhui was obviously in the wrong. "Why did you ask a bunch of assassins who always appeared in the dark to shout? Aren't you just making things difficult for yourself?" Some people also thought that since they were fighting in broad daylight, they could no longer be described as assassins. Tian Buhui was not wrong. On the other hand, the black devils were using this as a pretext to make a fuss. Wow, internal strife, internal strife. Luo Kadi was best at kicking people when they were down. Seeing that there were signs of internal strife, Luo Kadi laughed until his mouth was crooked. "Awoo, internal strife. Ha ha ha." Ji Mo's ability to kick people when they were down was not bad. Everyone laughed together. On the opposite side, the martial kings who were already in formation turned around. Some of the assassins from the Black Devils could not help but curse. Does Tian Buhui know how to command? Did this bastard have a screw loose? Damn it, asking a bunch of assassins to fight. Is he a bastard? Tian Buhui's handsome face was swollen with anger. He knew that there was no point in trying to explain the situation. He could only start the battle quickly. Only then could he slowly get rid of this feeling. He waved his flag and shouted, "Go! Kill them all!" Almost 1,000 people from the opposite side immediately rushed over with a rumbling sound. Good timing. Chu Yang shook his hand and took out a red cloth. He tied it on his head. More than 100 people also took out red cloth and tied it on their heads. "Kill them all!" Chu Yang shouted. "They have finally come out. I thought that they would not dare to come." Ah! More than 100 people roared and followed behind Chu Yang. They rushed out like a gust of wind. "Kill!" Chapter 695. The two groups of men and horses charged forward as if they were on the same page. Both sides' fighting spirit was equally high. But this scene, in the eyes of the people on the high platform, was a completely different matter. On Chu Yang's side, everyone had a ferocious smile on their faces as they charged forward with disdain and mockery. On the other hand, those on Tian Buhui's side had a dark look on their faces as they charged forward silently. One side had a victorious smile, while the other side had a furious silence. Naturally, there was a clear distinction between the two sides. Confidence. Only confident people would smile during a battle. Furthermore, the soldiers on Chu Yang's side did not panic. They formed groups of 2, 10 and 100 of them, formed a triangle as they charged forward ferociously. On the other hand, the other side charged forward in a chaotic manner. Victory and defeat had been decided at this moment. This side has made ample preparations. Just by looking at their coordination, I can tell that this was not done in a short period of time. The white-bearded elder praised. The others nodded silently. However, the strength of both sides is about the same. Even if they win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. The white-bearded elder concluded. That's right. If the winning side can have 200 survivors, it can be considered a glorious victory. The skinny elder said. Below the stage, Mo Tianji looked at the battle from afar. He revealed a slight smile on his face. Gu Duxing asked, "How is this battle?" Mo Tianji laughed in relief. "We are 100% confident of victory." 100% confident? Gu Duxing was shocked. He did not expect Mo Tianji to be so confident. Originally, the chances of victory were 50 to 50. In fact, our side's chances of victory were higher. After my team's coordination, our chances of victory were raised to 70%. After Chu Yang's morale boost, the other side's morale was low and they were not united. Our chances of victory were raised. Then, with Chu Yang, GMO, Luo Kadi, Rue Butong, Tan Tan, and the others, our chances of victory were 100%. Furthermore, there was an unstable factor in the other side's camp. Mo Tianji smiled and said, "The Black Devil." He paused for a moment and laughed sinisterly. "As a father, I don't believe that the Black Devil would be so indifferent." Gu Duxing suddenly understood. While the two of them were talking, Chu Yang had already sped up. Immediately, GMO, Luo Kadi, and the others sped up and left the group. The battle formation here was like a huge triangle, and Chu Yang and the others were at the forefront of this huge cone. With this acceleration, it was like a huge triangular bow shooting out sharp arrows. Such a formation was good for attacking. However, the initial contact was when the frontline troops were under the heaviest pressure, and when the King of Kings was injured the most. Chu Yang and the others had been dragged out of the team. This was equivalent to using the strength of a few people to bear the most powerful pressure at the beginning of the battle. They had crushed the enemy's first wave of attack. They would disrupt the enemy's formation. By the time the reinforcements arrived, they wouldn't have to endure that kind of pressure. Furthermore, they could directly use their absolute advantage to start the battle. But in this way, the pressure would be on Chu Yang and the others. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yang's sword was already in his hand. A round and dazzling beam of light shot out, and with a flip of his body, he merged into this vast and mighty sword light. A long roar came from the sword light. The bones in my palm are as high as the mountains. In the eyes of outsiders, it seemed that this young man had used his ultimate move right from the start. The most powerful move. He was going all out. That was why Chu Yang shouted. Not only did he shout, but he also shouted loudly and mightily. Because, Chuan, although these moves were from the Calamity Sword, they weren't from the Calamity Sword. They were created by Chu Yang himself. Furthermore, the power of these moves was not inferior to the Calamity Sword. You all came to watch the battle and look for the Calamity Sword's owner. All right, Chuan, I'm standing right in front of you all, and I'm letting you all see me clearly, and I'm shouting deafeningly. But Old, he doesn't use the Calamity Sword. If you can still find me like this, you're really seeing a ghost under the sun. The sword light spread out like an arc. Chu Yang, along with his sword, charged into the enemy group like a mad tiger. With a boom, it was as if a bullet had landed in the crowd. With a single touch, there were screams and screams. The sword was sharp and invincible. The sword move was like a demon, sharp and unstoppable. With one move, he tore open a big hole in the dense formation of the king-level masters, who were charging over. Chu Yang laughed loudly and roared towards the sky. Under the sword, waves churn. The sword light trembled and splashed out a wave of undulating silver light. It came from afar and came closer, wave after wave, and each wave was higher than the previous one. Puff, 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 puff. Nearly 20 people were stabbed in the chest at the same time. Chu Yang's figure flew out, and he rushed over while stepping on the surging heads. The world of mortals is the path of ruthlessness. Chu Yang leaped for 170 feet. Wherever he passed, the sword light cleared a path of ruthlessness, and the waves surged. Kill all under the heavens. A loud shout. Woo! With a sound, the sword light seemed to have gone crazy. It directly formed a solid sword net that connected the sky and the earth in the midst of the enemy crowd. The sword light suddenly shot out. Just as Chu Yang shouted and made his move, everyone noticed his ferocity, especially the people from the big clans. Everyone's heart lit up. Then, they focused all their attention on Chu Yang. However, after seeing 2 moves, everyone was disappointed. This young man's sword move is strong, and it's obviously his trump card, but it's not the Calamity Sword. This young man is a talent, but he's not the Calamity Sword master. Since he's not, let's all turn our attention away. GMO and the others also started to shout crazily when Chu Yang launched the 3rd move. The world of mortals is heartless. They rushed into the crowd from different directions. This was a disaster. Tian Bu Hui's alliance didn't have any king-level martial artists to begin with. Now that they were being attacked by the brothers, they were in a complete mess. Then, the group of more than 100 people rushed over like a mountain. They collided fiercely. A gap had been opened. More than 100 people rushed into the enemy group like a flood, and they split up effortlessly and started to fight on their own. In just a few breaths, the entire battlefield had turned into a hell of human corpses. Heads flew everywhere, and severed limbs flew everywhere. Blood splattered everywhere, and everyone went crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they were slashing and slashing like mad demons. In this kind of battle environment, Mo Tianji's arrangement instantly played a decisive role. Every group of 2 people attacked at the same time, one defending and one attacking. The defense was watertight and the offense was impenetrable. The cooperation between the teams was even more amazing. Every time a team was in danger with a whistle, the enemy would realize that the enemy in front of them had changed, and it was replaced by a few other people. GMO, Huyan Albua, Luo Kudi, Ao Lion, Xiadan Qiong, Xiadan Feng, Tan Tan Rue Butong, and the others coordinated and made arrangements. If there was danger and their own people were in danger, they would rush there. This was the so-called battlefield firefighting team that Mei Tianji had arranged. When he made the arrangements, everyone felt that it might not be useful. Thousands of people were fighting. What's the use of arranging 7 or 8 people to fight the fire? But at this moment, in this extremely chaotic moment, they realized that the power of this battlefield firefighting team was simply shocking. Many of their comrades, who were about to be killed by the enemy, were saved by them. Many enemies who had the upper hand were defeated for no reason. Chu Yang turned into a huge sword light that was a crazy troublemaker. He went back and forth in the enemy's camp, from east to west and from south to north. He did his best to make the enemy's already messy camp even more messy. There was no way for him to launch a powerful attack. King of Hell Chu. A loud roar entered Chu Yang's ears. Chu Yang raised his hand and looked at her with his red eyes, only to see a Hei Mo soldier clad in black running towards him. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. With a sweep of his sword, he cleared out a space and went up to meet him. This black devil soldier rushed over with grief and indignation. He roared as his thin sword mercilessly slashed at the enemy in front of him. He rushed all the way to Chu Yang. With a clang, the 2 swords clashed. The black devil soldier's sword broke, and in the next moment, Chu Yang's sword pierced into his chest. It was so smooth that Chu Yang could not believe it. This person had already killed 3 or 4 king-level masters on his way here. How could he be so weak? This person's momentum did not stop. His entire body hung on Chu Yang's sword as he slid over. The tip of the sword came out from his back. His eyes revealed a quiet smile. When he was close to Chu Yang, he said in an extremely low voice, "King of Hell Chu, tell Dong Wushang that if he dares to bully my junior martial sister, I won't forgive him even if I become a ghost." Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat as he looked over. That person's eyes revealed a pleased and satisfied smile as he said, "This is a necessary price." "Yes." After that, his eyes gradually dimmed. Suddenly, he struggled and said, "My name is Qin Ji. I've always liked you, but I've always—" "Chuan, I don't dare to." "Chuan, I'm so happy today." Just as he finished speaking, he stopped breathing. The black mask slid off his face, revealing the face of a young man around 27 or 28 years old. At this moment he was smiling peacefully. Chu Yang's heart shook violently. He suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the Black Devil camp. There was actually some anger in his heart. "Black Devil, what are you doing?" From these few words he could hear a lot. Many of the king-level masters of the Black Devil camp knew about this battle. This person called himself Qin Ji. He was the disciple of the Black Devil. Qin Ji liked Mo, but did not dare to say it. Today he was here to send her off. But after he said these words, he was very happy in his heart. Why was he happy? Tell Dong Wushang that if he dares to bully my junior martial sister, I will not forgive him even if I become a ghost. The despair of his love, the hopelessness of his love, the pain of his love. That's why he is so quiet today, because everything had been resolved, and there was a price to pay. No wonder everything seemed to go so smoothly from the start of today's battle. Chu Yang was still wondering how the Black Devil would face today. Only now did he know that this Black Devil was actually so intense. But how did you arrange it? You actually exposed my assassin in front of the enemy, and then fought him head-on. You ruined all of my efforts, and now you actually ask me why my combat strength is so weak? He took a step forward and glared at Tian Buhui. Did you see that they are all dead? Could it be that the corpse is fake? Did you see them running away at the last moment? He glared at Tian Buhui angrily as he stepped closer to him. Now, you're actually asking me what I mean by this. Let me ask you, what are your intentions? When he said this, everyone felt that Tian Buhui was too much. The Black Devils were very strong, but they were only good at assassinating in the dark. The people of the Black Devils had never fought with their enemies head-on. Tian Buhui was using such a reason to criticize the Black Devils. Furthermore, it was under the premise that the Black Devils were all dead. He was being too demanding. The two of them were on the verge of breaking out into a fight. At this moment, there was a loud roar. Everyone's attention was attracted to it. Chu Yang shouted, "Brothers, throw them all into the lake of despair." All 800 people shouted together, "Throw them all into the lake of despair!" Kill! Chu Yang raised his sword. His eyes flashed with coldness and ruthlessness as he charged forward. Behind him, the group of people charged forward like a tide. Now, there were no more Black Devil assassins in the group. This kind of result made Chu Yang feel stuffy in his heart. He also felt a burst of anger and sorrow. Therefore, he had to give it his all and kill. Beside him, Xie Danqiong's white robe flashed. The two of them charged forward side by side. Kill! On the other side, there was also a loud roar. They raised their swords and sabers. Their faces were twisted as they charged forward. Both sides only had eyes for their enemies. There was nothing else. Occasionally, they would trip over something. No matter whose corpse it was, they would kick it far away. Don't blame me. Maybe in the next moment, I'll be like you. Lying on the ground with a broken body, I'll be kicked away. Chu Yang let out a clear roar. His sword roared as it flew up. He was about to kill. However, just as he was about to make his move, he realized that a bright flower had already bloomed in front of him. That flower was like a fairy. It flashed in the air. It flashed to the left, then to the right. In a flash, it disappeared again. However, that flower was so beautiful that no one could bear to touch it. They couldn't bear to look at it. They couldn't even bear to think about it. The beauty of this flower had reached the pinnacle of this world. But what this incomparably beautiful flower brought was death. Because every time it flashed, every time it appeared, it was accompanied by a life. It was taken away while intoxicated by this flower. Every face that had been taken away by the flower still had traces of admiration and intoxication on them. It was as if they were willing to die under such a beautiful scene. It was intoxicating, even in such a cruel battle. The appreciation of extreme beauty couldn't be erased. However, when beauty reached the pinnacle, it was darkness and destruction. After this flower flashed, blood would definitely flow. This was the flower of death. Viburnum flower. When the viburnum flower appeared, all other flowers would die. The power of the viburnum flower was truly displayed at this moment. This was a kind of cruel beauty. This was elegant cruelty. This was the ultimate kill of a gentleman. This kind of extreme beauty brought about extreme cruelty. Even the big clans and law enforcement officers were moved by it. Xia Dan Xiong finally unleashed the true power of the viburnum flower. Even Chu Yang was seeing such a massacre for the first time in his life. However, Xia Dan Xiong's face was calm and indifferent. With indifference to life, the viburnum flower continued to attack. It flew back and attacked again. Chu Yang thought in his heart, if Xia Dan Xiong can also smile as brightly and gently as the jade jasper flower when she makes her move, then perhaps that would be the ultimate. Although he thought so, his hands didn't stop at all. With a swing of his sword, Chu Yang attacked first. A white sword light danced in the air. Chu Yang flew through the air and landed at the densest part of the crowd. With a wave of screams, his sword swept across. Puff, puff, puff. 3 people were cut into 2 at the waist. 7 big men pounced on him from 3 directions. Chu Yang rushed forward. With 2 puffs, the tip of his sword cut through 2 big men's backs. Then it disappeared with a whoosh. With a sliding step, he moved to the right side as if he was dancing alone on the ice and snow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 heads flew into the air. 3 swords were broken in an instant and floated in the air as if they were weightless. The corpse had yet to fall to the ground, the broken sword had yet to touch the dust, and the buoyancy had yet to be eliminated. Chu Yang spun the soles of his feet, and the upper of his shoes rolled up a puff of sparkling and translucent ice and snow on the ground. His whole body had already turned around and rushed back. The 2 enemies behind him were now in front of him. With 2 claps, the 2 swords of the opponents collided with Chu Yang's sword. Wherever the sharpness of the divine sword passed, the 2 swords were separated like tofu. Chu Yang's sword extended and retracted. Then, with a whoosh, he rushed out from the gap between the 2 men. The 2 men seemed to be stunned for a moment. They suddenly turned around and wanted to chase. However, when they moved, the upper half of their bodies flew out from the waist. The 2 legs of the lower half of their bodies were still running on the snow. The 2 parts of the corpses that had just flown out met 3 swords at the same time, and they were chopped into pieces with a kacha sound. The people on Chu Yang's side thought that Chu Yang hadn't killed the 2 men, so they had come to besiege him, but they had chopped the corpses, and Chu Yang had already flown into another encirclement with a biting, cold, murderous aura. There were 3 king-level experts on his side in this encirclement. They were besieged by 7 or 8 people from the opposite side. They were in imminent danger. One of the king-level experts had already roared when Chu Yang arrived. His body was slashed several times. Blood splashed everywhere. Then the swords and sabers came down together. He didn't even have time to scream as his flesh and blood flew out. Chu Yang roared and rushed forward with his sword in hand. Halfway through, his sword turned into a thick silver river of sword light. Rumbling sounds could be heard as it rushed forward. The experts on the enemy's side turned into a pile of blood. On the other side, Luo Kadi was fighting with 4 king-level experts at the same time. He roared wildly. Then, a sword silently shot out from a gap and stabbed towards Luo Kadi's waist. Luo Kadi wasn't aware of this. Chu Yang had seen it, but he was surrounded by enemies. So, he didn't have enough time to rescue him. So he suddenly roared and kicked out his leg. It was like a thunderbolt as it ferociously kicked the neck of a king-level expert. A "Kacha" sound was heard. This king-level expert of the Tian clan didn't even have time to groan. His head was kicked out of his neck. Blood violently spurted out. His head spun like a meteor as it flew out like a lightning bolt. That king-level expert had launched a sneak attack on Luo Kadi. He was secretly happy that he had succeeded, but he suddenly felt something heavy on his wrist. He found that his sword had inexplicably pierced a person's head. He took a closer look and realized that it was his subordinate. He roared in grief and indignation. He then loudly asked, "Who is it?" However, Chu Yang had already cut off 3 heads with his sword. His entire body was bathed in blood as he stood in front of him. The 2 of them didn't speak. Instead, they fiercely slashed their swords. Bang! That king-level expert's sword broke. Chu Yang flew high up in the air and ferociously kicked him in the chest. That king-level expert was sent flying upside down like a shrimp. The 7 king-level experts of Chu Yang's side attacked him at the same time. They intercepted him along the way. Their swords and sabers ruthlessly fell on him. He had turned into a skeleton by the time he fell to the ground. Chapter 697. GMO and Huyanalbo combined their swords and attacked back and forth in the battle formation. One of them was tall while the other was short. One attacked while the other defended. Their coordination was flawless. On the other side, Tan Tan and Xia Danfeng were much more valiant. Both of them were main attackers. Both of them were equally crazy and didn't care about their own safety. Then they hurriedly patched up the holes in the opponent's attack. Tan was on the left side of Xia Danfeng. Rui Batong was on the right side of Xia Danfeng. That was because Xia Danfeng wasn't a king-level expert, even though she was participating in the battle. She was only a high-level revered martial artist. Tan alone wouldn't be able to protect her in such a battle where all the king-level experts were present. Therefore, Rui Budong's main responsibility in this battle was to protect Xia Danfeng. This was Chu Yang's order. Such an order was selfish and cruel for the other king-level experts who were participating in the battle. However, Chu Yang had no other choice. Ao Xiayan's handsome face was already full of bloodstains. It was the same color as the red scarf on his head. There were 7 or 8 wounds on his body. However, he didn't retreat even half a step. He bravely moved forward and killed his way forward. Awu! Awu! Luo Kadi roared loudly. His body had been cut by a saber. However, this had stimulated his ferocious nature even more. The effect of his self-destructive training in the northern wilderness had finally manifested at this moment. He roared furiously and crazily rushed forward to kill. He didn't see Chu Yang even when he appeared beside him. The entire battlefield had been reduced from more than 2,000 people fighting together. Then it had been reduced to more than 1,000 people fighting together. In the end, only less than 700 people were left fighting. The casualty rate of Chu Yang's side in this second battle was far higher than that of the first. That was because the other side already knew that they would lose and die this time. Therefore, everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. However, Chu Yang's side had a good start. Then they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. So it was inevitable that they were somewhat relaxed. This was human nature. However, it was precisely this human nature that had caused the death of more than 100 experts who should not have died in the first place. The second battle was even faster than the first battle. It didn't take long for it to end. Slowly, the battle circle became smaller and smaller, and gradually divided into 3. There were less than 100 enemy experts left. They were trapped in 3 encirclements. Each of them was besieged by over 100 king-level experts. Both sides' eyes were bloodshot and ferocious. At this point in the battle, the so-called life and death, the so-called fear, had long been thrown beyond the clouds. The only thought left in his mind was to kill the enemy. He would drag the other party along with him. Killing one was more than enough. Kill two, earn one. You're going to die anyway, one of the enemy's middle-grade king-level experts roared. Then he suddenly pounced over without dodging. His body was pierced by more than a dozen swords while he was in midair. But he shook his right hand, and the sword flew out of his hand. Then it deeply penetrated the chest of a king-level expert. The long sword pierced through his chest, leaving a trail of blood behind it as it flew across the snowy ground. It flew for over 100 feet before landing on the snowy ground with a clang. The sword swayed in the air as fresh blood dripped down, bringing with it hot air. Chu Yang issued an order, and his brothers flew up at the same time. They each pounced into the 3 encirclements. A series of ding-ding-dang-dang-dang sounds resounded. Then a series of blood-curdling screams were heard. Then the entire battlefield became silent. No one else was standing in the entire battlefield apart from Chu Yang's people who had red cloth tied around their heads. There was a moment of silence. Then someone suddenly bent down and vomited blood. This person had suffered internal injuries a moment ago and had forcibly endured it. However, he had finally relaxed at this moment and had vomited blood. Vomiting blood like this would have been equivalent to courting death if it had been a battle. The sound of vomiting resounded. Then someone let out a long sigh and sat down on the ground. It didn't matter if it was a broken saber, a broken sword, or even a corpse on the ground. They were exhausted. The battle a moment ago was even more terrifying than a nightmare. Chu Yang looked around and sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. He looked at the entire battlefield. More than 1,500 people had died here, but he couldn't find a single complete corpse. Only pieces of flesh and blood were left on the ground. Every 1,000 people had participated in the battle. Only 100 people had participated in the battle on his own side. There were less than 400 people left alive. As for those who were physically disabled, and those who had broken arms or legs, there were countless of them. And these were the lucky ones. Even the most brilliant coroner wouldn't be able to piece together more than 1,500 corpses under such circumstances. In fact, he wouldn't be able to piece together even 300 complete corpses under such circumstances. Everyone was a king-level expert, and each of them had risked their lives. Their flesh and blood would scatter as long as they made a mistake. And that short period of time when they were about to die was the time when they would suffer the most damage. Everyone would rather stab a dead body with a knife than let the enemy have the opportunity to lay on the ground and launch a sneak attack. And they wanted to die a complete death under such a mentality. It was no different from a dream. Roll call. Count off. Chu Yang stood in a depressed manner. Warm blood was still dripping from his hair. After counting, there were only 314 king-level experts on Chu Yang's side who were still alive, including Chu Yang and his brothers. Out of 100 people who had participated in the battle, 332 had died. The bloody fog on the battlefield hadn't dispersed yet. Everyone was facing this tragic scene and remained silent. Men, bring the injured and unconscious back to recuperate. The rest of you, clean up the battlefield. Throw the corpses into the lake of despair. The blood vessels in Chu Yang's eyes slowly faded away. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, he gritted his teeth. His cheeks clearly bulged. He took a deep breath of the bloody air, raised his head, and let out a long, long sigh. Finally, he turned his head and shouted coldly. He gave a cruel order. Such a decision would undoubtedly be cold-blooded and cruel if it was in any other place. But here, at the Lake of Despair, regardless of whether it was the corpses thrown into the Lake of Despair or the people who cleaned up the battlefield, it was a kind of honor, a kind of respect for the enemy. Only the victors could have the honor of cleaning up the battlefield. Only the corpses of heroes could be thrown into the lake of despair to accompany the heroic spirits of the past generations, under the witness of two supreme martial artists. This was the most honorable place in the three heavens, regardless of life or death. Chu Yang knew that the three heavens people thought this way, but when he said this, his heart was still in turmoil. He felt pity for them. This was because there were many people who had chatted with him just a day ago, or even just a moment ago. When talking about this battle, he still remembered that bearded martial king of the Xie clan said straightforwardly, "My life was originally picked up. If I could die in the lake of despair, my life wouldn't have been in vain. Besides, my wife and daughter have been killed by the Ao clan. I have nothing to worry about. The sooner I die, the sooner I can be reunited." Now this martial king was quietly lying not far away, with his body incomplete. How could Chu Yang not hear the grief and indignation in his heart? The Ao clan master had compensated the few Ao clan masters for their sins. The few Ao clan masters and the mastermind behind them had all died, but his wife and daughter couldn't come back to life. In the end, he didn't take revenge with his own hands, but he couldn't take revenge anymore. Perhaps he only had one wish left, to be reunited. There was another person, the martial king of the Ao clan. Back then, when he was standing with Ao Xiun, that skinny martial king had said to him and Ao Xiun, "If you die in battle, if you can win and survive, when you go back, tell my son not to practice martial arts for the rest of his life. Please give him a few acres of land and let him find a wife to farm." Now that person was also lying there. Only his head was left. Even his body couldn't be found. Chu Yang didn't know why he would feel this way. Why did he tell his son not to practice martial arts for the rest of his life? But he knew that this person, as a father, must have his reasons for saying this. Vengeance in the martial world, the intertwining of gratitude and grudges, added to the beauty of blood. But how much familial love was lost, and how much common life was missed? "I will help you pass on these words," Chu Yang said silently. Then he raised his head and quietly closed his eyes. "Brothers, rest in peace. If there is a next life, we will be friends again and fight again." Under Mo Tianji's command, the battlefield rescue team rushed out quickly, but they met with resistance. Other than those who had already fainted, those who had broken arms and legs refused to go back to rest. "We want to clean up the battlefield. We want to stay. We want to personally send our brothers and our enemies into the lake of despair. We hope that they can live and work peacefully in the lake of despair. There are no grudges in the lake of despair." Faced with these people's stubbornness, the battlefield rescue team could only choose to move the unconscious people away and return silently. Everyone seemed to be carrying out a solemn ceremony. They gathered the corpses on the ground, regardless of whether they were enemies or allies. Then they carried the corpses in pairs and walked towards the lake of despair. Their expressions were so solemn, so respectful, and so sorrowful. Just a moment ago, they were still fighting with their lives on the line, slashing viciously at their enemies. In the blink of an eye, they had become like this. It was as if they were mourning for their loved ones. They were heartbroken, respectful, and nostalgic. Such a scene, such a change in mood, seemed abrupt. It didn't seem right, but everyone present, including the great clans and those who held the law, felt that this was how a real man should behave. This was how the lake of despair should be. Therefore, none of them made a sound. They only watched quietly and respectfully. More than 300 people were slowly cleaning up the battlefield. They didn't even let go of a drop of blood. They respectfully held it up and sent it into the lake of despair. The speed of cleaning was extremely slow, but everyone seemed to be more patient and tolerant at this moment. As the corpses of the deceased were thrown into the lake of despair, ripples slowly appeared on the surface of the lake. Circle after circle of ripples gradually spread out, merging into one piece after another. It was as if the dead were bidding farewell to the living. The sky was gloomy. Slowly the cold wind whistled. It actually started to snow. Tomorrow would be the final battle of the martial emperors. Another batch of corpses of heroes would be added to the Lake of Despair, which hadn't changed since ancient times. Gu Duxing stood quietly in front of his tent. As he watched this scene, he thought about the final battle that should belong to him tomorrow. Suddenly, his heart trembled with excitement. He raised his eyebrows, and sword energy surged to his chest. With a clang, the black dragon's sword actually jumped out of its scabbard. It shone with a cold light and lay across the sky. All the experts present, including the great clans and those who held the law, were caught off guard. The long swords at their waists let out a crisp sword sound at the same time. It was as if they were about to struggle out. They worshipped the king. The sword emperor appeared, and all swords submitted to him. Instantly, a wave of astonished gazes looked over from all directions. Chapter 698. That night, Gu Duxing stood alone in front of his tent. He didn't move at all for the entire night. Heavy snow fell from the sky. Gu Duxing quickly became a snowman. However, he seemed to have entered a strange state. He didn't care about anything around him. Chu Yang sat quietly about 70 to 80 feet in front of him. He didn't say anything and didn't move. Soon he also became a snowman. Behind him in the tent, under the flickering candlelight, Mo Tianji held a book in one hand and read it quietly. GMO, Luo Kudi, Dong Wushang, Rui Butong, Tan Tan, Xiedan Qiong, Ao Xieyin, and the rest sat quietly in different parts of the tent. Their eyes seemed to be open, and they were all resting. However, an invisible aura spread out from the tent and faintly formed a large circle with Chu Yang outside. It shrouded Gu Duxing, who was immersed in his epiphany, and protected him inside. Gu Duxing's state was very rare. It was a crucial stage on the path of martial arts. He couldn't be disturbed by anyone. Therefore, all the brothers acted as his protectors without prior agreement. They didn't sleep for the entire night. They weren't the only ones who didn't sleep for the entire night. It was as if the members of the dominant clans had discovered a treasure. They were also observing Gu Duxing's side from all directions. Even the enforcers were waiting quietly. Tian Buhui didn't do anything. He was warned by the enforcers. Before the battle between martial emperors begins, no one is allowed to act rashly. This warning was obviously biased towards Gu Duxing. Tian Buhui was so angry that his stomach almost exploded. The enemy was breaking through right in front of him, but he couldn't disturb him. What kind of logic was this? Waiting for him to break through so that he could kill us? And the enforcers were so unfair. However, Tian Buhui had misunderstood. The enforcers weren't just biased. A sword sovereign. He was rare even in the upper three heavens. He was a legendary existence. There were many martial monarchs and martial saints in the dominant clans. However, how many of them were called sword sovereigns? One had to know that each of these large clans had tens of thousands of years of heritage. Didn't they know how powerful sword sovereigns and sword sovereigns were? How could they not nurture them? However, after 10,000 years, how many had they nurtured? Not to mention that it was actually a sword emperor who hadn't even reached the age of 20. Moreover, it was obviously not primary stage 1. The shock this brought to everyone was simply unparalleled. No matter who it was, being able to witness the process of a sword emperor's breakthrough was extremely beneficial. Yi Xiu praised in a low voice. This little guy looks even more abnormal than my elder brother. My elder brother was already 22 years old when he broke through to the first stage of Sword Sovereign. This guy is obviously only 10 years old and definitely not 20 years old. And from the looks of it, he's about to break through to the second or third stage. What a monster! Although his voice was still feminine because he was whispering in a low voice, it was not coquettish. "Be quiet," the Yi clan's expert bodyguard beside him hastily reminded him. "I know." Yi Xiu rolled his eyes and twisted his waist. The guard immediately rolled his eyes and slapped his own mouth in regret. "Look at my mouth. I made him whine again." The people from the other aristocratic families didn't say a word. They just watched quietly, afraid that they might miss something. Even the cultivators didn't look away. Looking at the two people in the snow below, one sitting and one standing and feeling the vigilant aura, everyone felt touched. If I break through to the next stage, will there be people protecting me like this? Chen Fei Chen's gaze flickered slightly. He looked at Chu Yang and Gu Duxing, who were already covered in snow, and said slowly, "In my life, I hate brothers like this the most. For people like this, it's good to have one friend. The others will naturally acknowledge you. But if you want to kill them for revenge, you must kill them all. If you let any one of them escape, there will be endless trouble in the future. If you kill one of these people, the others will give up all their goals in life. They will spend their lives with revenge as their ultimate goal. This is the scariest," Chen Fei-chin said indifferently. At the side, a bodyguard sighed and said, "The scariest thing isn't the person, but friendship." "Nonsense," Chen Fei-chin said disdainfully. "This is a bunch of one-track-minded idiots." He paused and tilted his head strangely, saying, "Why do I have a premonition that in the future I will definitely become enemies with these people?" The two bodyguards were stunned. The snow continued to fall, getting heavier and heavier. It was already late at night. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing had already completely turned into two snowmen. Even their hair and clothes were not exposed. Chu Yang suddenly felt something. He raised his head slightly. The snow fell for a while. He looked at Gu Duxing and closed his eyes again. Just now, he suddenly felt that the place where Gu Duxing was originally standing had suddenly lost Gu Duxing's aura. It was as if Gu Duxing had suddenly disappeared from this world. But at a glance, Gu Duxing was clearly still standing there quietly. When he closed his eyes, he felt that there was still an emptiness there. Unity of heaven and man. The white-bearded cultivator's face was solemn. He said seriously in a low voice, as if he was afraid of waking up Gu Duxing, who was in the state. But in reality, he was almost 3,000 feet away from Gu Duxing. At such a distance, if it was an ordinary person, even if it was not snowing, they would not be able to see anything. After a while, a lonely and desolate aura suddenly spread between heaven and earth. But in this lonely aura, it seemed to be filled with traces of concern, traces of reluctance. It was as if a person who was at the peak of the world was looking at the world in endless loneliness with pity and reluctance. Because there he was concerned about it. What is going on? This is obviously contradictory. Ling Han Shui's beautiful eyes revealed a puzzled look. Since it is the lonely swordsman, there is Gu Duxing. How can he still enter such a lonely state? This was the doubt that everyone had. But although they did not understand, everyone already understood. Everyone was experienced and knowledgeable. How could they not feel that even if there was concern, the lonely swordsman was still the lonely swordsman? So this Gu Duxing's sword was still the lonely sword emperor. This was also the sword intent of this sword emperor. Everyone closed their eyes and tried to understand the heavenly Tao of this lonely sword emperor. Even if they could not understand it, they could understand some of the aura and comprehend it. Loneliness filled the air and spread far and wide. When it filled the entire world, it suddenly retracted and disappeared without a trace. Did you break through? The white-bearded wielder opened his eyes and sighed regretfully. I didn't get anything. No. It was not a breakthrough. It was still a breakthrough. Then he was shocked by what he saw. Another long silence. Gu Duxing once again fell into a state of emptiness. It was already 4:00 in the morning. Suddenly, a mysterious feeling spread out endlessly. And this time, every expert who tried to understand this state hurriedly retracted their divine senses. Their hearts were filled with lingering fear and shock at the same time, because when they came into contact with this state, they quickly felt that they had forgotten everything. Yes, forgotten. It was as if in such a state, everything in their past had quickly disappeared from their memories. And Gu Duxing, who was standing there motionlessly, seemed to be floating at this moment. He had forgotten everything and forgotten everything. He had forgotten this heaven, forgotten this earth, forgotten this world. A sword, intent, seemed to have been forgotten by the world. It was wandering aimlessly in the sky. Wherever it floated, sword energy would fill the sky. How is this possible? The white-bearded cultivator stood up in shock. How can a sword emperor comprehend two completely different sword intents at the same time? Not only him, the others also opened their eyes in shock. Many people stood up. They did not know that this was the sword intent that Gu Duxing had comprehended after the battle with Tu Qianhao. Unruffled emotions, great technique. Now Gu Duxing was in a state that even he could not grasp. But the spiritual power that he had displayed could be regarded as the great technique of unruffled emotions that Tu Qian had spent his entire life researching in his previous life. If he could release this kind of concept at will when he was conscious, then he would have reached the point where he would have some achievements. Suddenly, Gu Duxing's body trembled slightly. In the snow-covered land, a wisp of melancholy, loneliness, endless desolation, and ethereal silence gently came out, a sword across the sky towards the peak. Life is saved. Turning around, it is empty. Where is the world? A soulmate is rewarded. When I want to look back, I have already forgotten. The white-bearded cultivator's eyes shone brightly. His hands trembled slightly. His white beard fluttered and trembled as he listened to this poem. Perhaps this was a sword technique. He seemed to have felt Gu Duxing's state of mind. As a saint-level expert, he was the only one who was qualified to interpret these 4 lines of Gu Duxing's sword technique. But after he interpreted them, this saint-level expert felt even more depressed. A sword across the sky towards the peak. As a sword emperor, there was nothing else other than the sword. A sword emperor was originally so lonely. This sentence sounded very heroic, but in fact, it was the state of mind of a lonely swordsman. But the next sentence clearly went from the realm of loneliness to the realm of being free and easy like flowing clouds and flowing water. Yet at the same time, it was also a realm of frustration. No matter how hard one works, victory or defeat will become nothing in the blink of an eye. This was contradictory to the previous sentence. Since everything became nothing, then what was the point of working hard? So it became an exploration of life, and a passive one at that. Where is the world's soulmate? This sentence clearly changed. His state of mind had changed 7 to 8 times in these 3 sentences. How could he cultivate to be a sword emperor with such a complicated state of mind? This sentence was obviously filled with disappointment, loneliness, and desolation. But in fact, if one listened carefully, one could tell that this sentence was indeed somewhat proud. And where is the world's soulmate? It was not that there was no soulmate. When I want to look back, I have already forgotten. This sentence had completely entered the state of forgetfulness, but it was also when I want to look back. Then, why do I have to look back? So, although I have forgotten, I am still me. Concern is still concern. This was a circle from the beginning. After one round, it returned to the beginning. But this was already different from the beginning. It had already transcended. The white-bearded cultivator was depressed. He understood it completely, but he could not cultivate at all. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.